Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
And good morning to you on this Saturday morning. Nick Weig here with you as a round of showers and thunderstorms moving through central Nebraska has prompted a severe thunderstorm watch here for portions of eastern Nebraska and has led to a round of severe weather that is making its way across the state, producing the threat primarily right now of large hail. Let's go ahead and get you out live to First Alert radar here, and you can see the current track of those storms, which continue to trek off to the east this morning. We'll go ahead and take a look here at the warnings that are in effect right now as this is getting a little closer to the Columbus area. And we'll get you updated. And actually, before I forget, we need to also get those warnings. There they are, scrolling at the bottom of your screen. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Boone County until 6:15. That's just a few minutes left here, and then the Weather Service is going to have to decide what they want to do with this warning. Severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15. The severe thunderstorm is located 6 miles west of Albion, moving east at just 20 miles per hour. 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are the primary threat with this storm. We did receive one hail report just not too long ago from Garfield County of 1-inch diameter hail. That is the only report that has come in so far this morning. As we take a look at the hail tracker on this, you can see a small hail core in this thunderstorm right now, coming up to about 1 inch in diameter on radar estimates. Now, this storm to the west is producing a slightly more potent hail core. Again, this is just a radar indication of the size of the hail aloft, but is a clear indicator that these storms do have the potential of producing hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. Let's go ahead and zoom out now and take a look at the bigger picture here. And there you see that severe thunderstorm watch in effect for much of the First Alert 6 viewing area, including the Omaha metro. And you can see that line of showers and thunderstorms that is just slowly trekking across the state this morning. This is one of two potential rounds we could see in the area today. There is a slight risk for additional thunderstorms to develop later this afternoon, especially south of Interstate 80. But this morning's round appears to be impacting largely the northern half of the state as they continue again to just slowly move to the east at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. And that severe thunderstorm watch for the area does remain in effect officially until 11 o'clock this morning. Again, this does include the Omaha metro area. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 11 o'clock this morning. All right, let's go back now live to First Alert radar. There you see those thunderstorms affecting the Columbus and Norfolk areas, or in between them is where we're seeing that line move right now. If we put this into motion, you can see kind of the pattern of development as we're seeing a new thunderstorm complex developing just right along Highway 45 west of Norfolk. We'll have to keep an eye on that as well. We're going to see if we can get some traffic cameras up and running in that area from the Nebraska Department of Transportation. As some of you may just be waking up to the sounds of thunder at this hour out in that area. I think we're going to keep an eye on the Humphrey area. That may be the closest camera to this. That is along Highway 81. And not really seeing anything on that camera right now. It's still a little ways out from the main line of thunderstorms. These storms are kind of pulsing a little bit here, but still capable of producing that large hail. So we're going to go ahead just and keep an eye on those cameras, and if we see anything of interest, we will certainly pass that along. All right, just real quickly, we'll take a look at some of the wind scans here and see if we're seeing any of those stronger wind gusts that the Weather Service is concerned with right now. Certainly an indication of some gusty winds on the back side of this. Obviously, these storms really not tapping into anything that would suggest any concerns for rotation at this hour, but certainly something we'll keep an eye out for. But could be some embedded stronger wind gusts in these storms, getting upwards of around 60 miles per hour, and the radar kind of bearing that out as well. Getting 30 miles per hour on the back end, and we just lost our data there. Okay, let's see if we can get it back. There we go. It's just getting some weak wind gusts on the back edge of this. Right now, not seeing anything indicative of reaching 60 miles per hour at this time, but we are seeing those pockets of hail cores that have developed. And so I think right now that's going to be the primary threat. These storms, obviously, as these hail cores are rising and falling, certainly there could be some sudden gusts of wind that could approach 50, 60 miles per hour. But right now it looks like hail is the main threat from these storms, and we're seeing those hail cores kind of weaken rather quickly. But at the same time, we see new ones kind of pulse up, as this one southwest of Norfolk appears to be the latest one that has cropped up here on the radar. No warning on this right now, but something that we'll be keeping an eye out for. If you are joining us anywhere from the NOLA, Warnerville, Norfolk area along Highway 81, this is a newer hail core that has popped up that the Weather Service no doubt we'll be taking a close look at. Our severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect has now expired. So right now there are no warnings in effect. Again, we'll go back out here and take a wider view as you see those thunderstorms kind of cropping up and then sort of fizzling out a little bit. These are a little more elevated than some of the thunderstorms we saw earlier this week, and so not really tapping into any energy in the atmosphere and not really able to maintain intensity for very long. But the potential is still there over the next several hours as they roll through the area. I'm just going to check and see if we've got any updates from the National Weather Service here. A short time ago, the Weather Service says they were tracking a good hail signature a little while ago. Things are starting to cluster a bit more by Ord. These clustering of storms should continue, and there will be an increase in speed of this is their word, of the blob of storms towards eastern Nebraska. So the Weather Service basically indicating they don't believe the threat is over. They're just becoming a little more concerned about this storm further to the west than the one that had been warned. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at that. We may have to change radar sites. There we go. So this is what the Weather Service in Omaha was talking about. This is some of the blobs of strong thunderstorms. There are no warnings on these right now that they're keeping a closer eye on right now. And we are seeing not really seeing these hail cores intensify necessarily, but something to keep an eye out for. Also, if they do begin to accelerate a little bit here, we could see more of a wind threat as well from these. Just a moment ago, Weather Office saying still lacking any confirmation for any of the 1-inch diameter hail concerns, so they're for now going to let the warnings go. But they're going to be keeping an eye on the Madison County area for the potential of a new warning to be issued. So that's the latest from the National Weather Service in Omaha. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep the radar up here and keep an close eye on these storms. And when new information comes in, we will break in and pass it along to you. But for now, we will leave the radar up and let you monitor the storms and where they are in relation to where you live. And good morning again, everyone. Nick Weig here with you. It is 6:44 on your Saturday morning as we are monitoring the potential for severe weather here at the First Alert 6 viewing area. You were looking at a live image from First Alert radar as we've watched some strong to occasionally severe thunderstorms develop to our west, prompting the Storm Prediction Center to issue a severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock. It has been a good 30 minutes or so since we've had any warnings in effect, but the Weather Service continues to monitor these storms. We're also keeping an eye out on that new development northeast of Grand Island that has just popped up over the last 20 minutes or so. And that is probably where we're seeing developing hail core. We were taking a look at that on radar just a short time ago, and there you see that hail core now coming up over severe limits. At this time, the Weather Service is obviously taking a look at this. Didn't want to do that. But right now they have not decided to issue a thunderstorm warning for this because a lot of these storms that have indicated the potential of borderline severe hail has not produced any actual hail on the ground. And obviously it may be hard in some of these more rural areas to get confirmation of any of this. But you can see radar right now detecting hail could be upwards of about 1 inch in diameter, but no indication any of that is falling to the ground northeast of Grand Island. That is the strongest storm that we've seen on the radar in the last hour or so. And if we take a look at the last hour here, you can kind of see the motion of these storms. Had at one point, one of these storms early this morning produced hail nearly 3 inches in diameter, which raised some alarm bells. But it appears there may be an outflow kind of ejecting out of the south. And so we're seeing that line that had triggered several severe thunderstorm warnings an hour or two ago in central Nebraska is beginning to fall apart as it is kind of losing its momentum, and we're seeing what could be some new development along that boundary further to the south, which is where we're seeing that new hail core that has developed over that area. So the potential still exists. We are keeping an eye out, as well as the National Weather Service. At last report, the Weather Service was monitoring this cluster of storms. We do expect them to begin speeding up a little bit. Right now they're only moving about 20, maybe 30 miles per hour, but they could begin to accelerate as they move into eastern Nebraska. And so we'll continue to monitor this. So severe thunderstorm watch continues until 11 o'clock this morning. No warnings are in effect in the First Alert 6 viewing area, but we continue to monitor the situation, and we'll bring you the very latest as soon as any new information comes in. Nick Weig here again with you. It is just almost 7 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and take our stream off of our 24/7 streaming news channel, as our newscast will be getting underway if you'd like to watch that. Otherwise, we'll continue to stream weather coverage here on social media as well as on our 24/7 streaming weather channel as well. But we're going to go ahead and continue that here. But for the rest of you, First Alert 6 at 7 is starting in just a couple of minutes. Okay, so we're monitoring this camera along Highway 81 south of Humphrey. This is where we're monitoring a hail core that is re-strengthened a little bit here and may be close to severe limits, but right now no indication that any severe hail is falling. There you see it south of Humphrey. And the camera that we're looking at is located right about here. So that is where the DOT camera is in relation to that hail core. And as we take a look at what radar is detecting, it's a very small hail core, but just above severe limits. The Weather Service hasn't issued a warning on this because that is just an estimation of the hailstones aloft. That's not an indicator of the size of hail that is maybe falling to the ground. But you're seeing as it does approach, we are getting a much more intense lightning and rainfall as well at this camera as this continues to push off to the east at between 20 and 30 miles per hour. So we're going to go ahead and leave this camera up and keep a close watch on this. The Weather Service is monitoring this as well, but right now they're not getting any indications of any large hail reaching the ground. We have had a couple of hail reports from these storms earlier this morning, one of them quite large, just under 3 inches in diameter, which is darn near baseball-sized hail, I believe. So that is some very large hail that fell earlier this morning in central Nebraska. One of the reasons why the severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 11 o'clock this morning. But again, we're keeping an eye on this area south of Humphrey, where this strong thunderstorm capable of producing some hail is moving through at this hour. Let's go ahead and actually zoom in on this and take a closer look. Obviously a lot of lightning now, a lot of heavy rain. You're seeing some of the curtains of rain kind of blowing across the road there. Again, no confirmation of any severe weather, but this is the strongest storm that we're keeping an eye on right now that does have the potential of producing some hail. Right now, radar indicating it could be upwards of 1 inch in diameter, but so far no indication that that is in fact hitting the ground. But again, this is a storm that's worth keeping an eye on as it's passing right around the Tarnov area between Platte Center and Humphrey along Highway 81. That is where this camera is as we continue to keep an eye on whether or not we see any hail. Obviously, the stream from these cameras can get a little poor as the strong to severe thunderstorm pushes through the area, so we'll try and keep this image up as long as we can. But right now we're just keeping an eye out for any potential hail that may be reaching the ground on this camera. You can see as the cars are passing by that they're kicking up a lot of rain as there's a lot of water beginning to collect on area roadways there as some pretty intense downpours are taking place. But again, right now, no indication that any hail is reaching the ground. And it looks like the Weather Service has made their decision. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for that storm that we've been keeping an eye on. This severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect until 7:45 this morning for Colfax and Platte counties. This does include the areas, lost my information there. This does include the areas of Platte Center, Rogers, Schuyler, and Tarnov. Tarnov is where we've been keeping an eye on that camera. Primary threats, 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch diameter hail. Let's go ahead and go back to that DOT camera now as we're keeping an eye on this now severe thunderstorm that has just been issued for this area. Let's see here. This will remain in effect until 7:45. Severe thunderstorm was located over Platte Center, 10 miles northwest of Columbus, moving east now at 40 miles per hour. So this is what the Weather Service was talking about an hour ago. There was some concern that these storms could start accelerating. That may increase the threat of some strong wind gusts. We'll be keeping an eye on that as well. But the severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 7:45 for Colfax and Platte counties. Let's let's go ahead and take a look at some of the velocity scans. And yeah, there's some indication of some stronger wind gusts on the leading edge here. Oh, it doesn't want to cooperate with me this morning, does it? Still only around 30 to 40 miles per hour on the velocity scans. I'm just going to confirm that here on a different view. These are some slightly stronger wind gusts getting awfully close to that 60 mile an hour threshold. But again, this is quite a distance away from the radar, so this is likely several thousand feet in the atmosphere where these winds are being detected. So no indication yet that these are in fact hitting the ground, but certainly some embedded wind gusts possible as these storms move through this severe thunderstorm warned area. There you see the polygon. Some of those stronger wind gusts aloft, at least, that the radar is detecting is right here along the leading edge. So if you're in the Columbus area or you're in the Schuyler area, you may be seeing a shelf cloud approaching. That would be because of this severe thunderstorm that is passing just to the north of Columbus. As we, every now and then these cameras kind of move on their own, so we're going to see if it gives us a better view of anything here briefly, but doesn't appear so. But there you see Highway 81 near Humphrey, right where this severe thunderstorm is right now. Right, and you can see the intense rain and lightning. No indication yet that any actual hail is falling. No indication of any strong wind gusts, but the potential does exist, and that's why this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 7:45 this morning. All right, let's go ahead and go back now to First Alert Radar and take a closer look at this. There you see that line I drew where those stronger wind gusts may be coming in through a shelf cloud on the southeastern end of this storm. Again, we're keeping an eye out on the hail potential in these storms as well, because that's the type of severe weather we've seen so far. There is a decent hail core. And you can see that right now, still measuring at just over 1 inch in diameter, indicating the potential for 1 inch diameter hail to reach the ground. But again, this is the size of the hailstones that the radar is detecting several thousand feet in the atmosphere. So right now, just keeping a close watch on this, as this is expected to pass very close to this camera that we're keeping an eye on along Highway 81. We've seen obviously a lot of vivid lightning and intense rain, and unfortunately it's not the clearest image, so it's really hard to tell whether or not there's any small hail at least embedded in this area that's reaching the ground. Certainly not seeing any indication of it collecting on the roadway, but again, just a little difficult. Still, some difficult driving conditions in this area. Obviously visibility is reduced. Rain is causing the roads to become slick. So if you are planning to head out today, especially as you're heading west, you may encounter some of these showers and thunderstorms that can be strong at times. And in this case, that is in the Colfax and Platte area, where this severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect until 7:45. All right, let's go back now to live First Alert Radar. We'll keep an eye on that camera for you as this severe thunderstorm is still making its way through the area. There you see that hail core has weakened just a little bit. Let's take a look at the wider view here, and you can see the where this warning is in relation to the metro area. If this storm were to maintain its intensity, the Fremont area could be impacted by this. We're also monitoring some other showers and thunderstorms a little further to the south. And as these storms begin to move a little quicker through the area, we could see some stronger wind gusts embedded in these storms. But right now, that is the only warning that we have in effect, is for Colfax and Platte counties until 7:45 this morning. Go ahead and take a closer look here. There you see some of those stronger thunderstorms northwest of Osceola that we're also keeping an eye on, but certainly the focus of the attention right now is just north of the Columbus area, where this severe thunderstorm is moving off to the east now at about 40 miles per hour. We do have a Nebraska Department of Transportation camera in that area, and we are keeping an eye on that as we're seeing some pretty intense rainfall right now along Highway 81 near Humphrey. And traffic slowing down, obviously, as the roads are a little slick. The wind is blowing as well. Not seeing any indication of significantly strong wind gusts, but certainly seeing a hail core that's passed over this area. Not getting any confirmation of that hail reaching the ground on this camera, but could be at least some small pockets of hail that are reaching the ground. Hopefully nothing that would cause any widespread damage. Nevertheless, this severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 7:45 this morning, with the potential of 1-inch diameter hail and wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour. There you see that thunderstorm on live first alert radar, as well as the polygon issued by the National Weather Service here. We're also keeping an eye on a storm to the west, as these storms kind of cycle through periods of strengthening and weakening as well, which is pretty common with storms of this type. A little more elevated, not really tapping into the energy at the surface as much, but the dynamics are still there. The potential is still there for some severe weather. And after a very large hail report earlier this morning in central Iowa, the Storm Prediction Center opted to issue that severe thunderstorm watch for most of the area, including the Omaha metro area, until 11 o'clock this morning. So if you've got any plans to head out to the College World Series later today and take part in the festivities, it could be a wet morning. Hopefully these storms will pass through, and another round of thunderstorms later this afternoon and this evening will stay south of the metro area. But we're just going to have to get through some morning showers and thunderstorms before things can really ramp up. But hopefully we can get this through, and it won't be impacting either of the games this afternoon and this evening in downtown Omaha. All right, we're going to take a closer look here at First Alert Radar as we're keeping tabs on the National Weather Service. Local emergency managers reported pea-sized hail and a pretty good downpour in Clarks. Pea-sized hail and a downpour in Clarks. So not a severe report from emergency management, but just an indication that some of the hail is reaching the ground, and certainly bears some watching as it continues to push through the area. And that report is actually not coming from our severe warned storm. That's actually coming from this storm. If I go ahead and zoom out here, it's actually coming from these weaker storms right along Highway 30, just west of our area. I believe that is... Doesn't want to show up on the map, unfortunately, but that is the area where that hail report came in. So go ahead and zoom back out here. So some small hail possible with these storms, but we do continue to monitor them. Right now, the primary concern is with this storm just east of Platte Center now. And getting some indications of some larger hail aloft, but so far no confirmation that any of that is hitting the ground. There you see where that pea-sized hail report, and this is actually showing a little bit more better defined hail core. So we'll have to see what the National Weather Service decides to do with this storm. This one indicating hail could be upwards of 1.3 inches in diameter aloft. And this is kind of the tricky thing for the National Weather Service, is these hail cores will pop up very quickly and then very quickly weaken as well. And so there's a question of when to issue these warnings, because as is often the case, while the radar may be detecting large hail aloft, it may not be reaching the ground as large hail, and that is likely what's happening right now. But the potential still exists there, as you see, for that severe hail north of Columbus, just east of Highway 81 now. That's the highway we were keeping an eye on. Things have quieted down there now. And then also this new hail core along Highway 30, northwest of Osceola. We'll have to keep a close watch on that and see what the National Weather Service does with that. Looks like we're getting an update on our warning here for Colfax and Platte. Severe thunderstorm now located 3 miles northeast of Lakeview, or 6 miles north of Columbus. Now moving to the east at 45 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and 1 inch diameter hail, or about the size of a quarter, remains the primary threats. So we're going to continue to monitor this warning as well as this newly developing hail core as it's entering our viewing area northwest of Osceola, as the two areas of potential right now for severe weather. If we back out the radar while we're on the hail scan, you can see that some other small hail pockets out there with these thunderstorms, but these are the two main hail cores we're monitoring right now. It's really kind of a case of whack-a-mole with these storms, where these hail cores pop up rather quickly, and then they very quickly weaken as well, and so it makes it a little difficult to determine not only when to issue a warning for that hail, but also for how long to leave it in effect, how far to draw that warning polygon that you see on your screen. And so that's kind of the tricky thing that the Weather Service has to deal with this morning. But a reminder, the potential does still exist, and that's why we do have that severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect until 11 o'clock. This does include the Omaha metro area, as we do expect showers and thunderstorms later this morning to push through the area. But again, right now, the potential for severe weather is still well to the west of the metro area, but something we'll keep an eye out for as we move later into your Saturday morning. There you see that severe thunderstorm warning for Colfax and Platte, still in effect until 7:45 this morning. Right now, just passing north of the Columbus area, Schuyler would be next in line for this severe thunderstorm as it pushes off to the east now at 45 miles an hour. So it continues to slowly but surely accelerate its forward momentum, and we'll have to see if that translates into any stronger wind gusts as it continues to push off to the east. All right, we're going to try and pull up another camera here. All right, let's go ahead and take you out live to Columbus now. Whoops. Didn't get it set up correctly. I apologize. Now you're looking live at Highway 30 in Columbus as soon as the image comes back. We'll go ahead and put that in a split until we see it come back there in just a moment. But there, just north of where this warning is in effect, you can see some pretty intense rain falling there in Columbus. And now we'll go ahead and take that full now that it is working. As we saw along Highway 81, a lot of lightning, an awful lot of rain as well. But potential in this area of maybe some small hail, but we don't expect any strong damaging winds or large hail in the city of Columbus. But just an indication of if you're driving in and around any of these storms, what you can expect to see as you make your way through them. Obviously, we hope these storms will pass through this morning rather quickly. They are beginning to accelerate their forward motion, now up to about 45 miles per hour with this severe thunderstorm. But right now, just monitoring for the potential of some large hail and possibly a strong wind gust or two as well. There you see the radar. We'll zoom in on the Columbus area with the heaviest portion of the storm just to the northeast of the city. And in fact, the heaviest rain appears to be exiting the Columbus area right now. So that's some good news if you are out and about in that area. Schuyler next in line to receive this severe thunderstorm. So we'll be keeping an eye on that area as well. And if we put the radar into motion, we're probably going to see... And what we're going to have to keep an eye out for is whether we see a growing wind threat as these storms begin to move a little bit quicker. It seems like that it's trying to potentially develop maybe a bit of a bow signature here, but not getting any indications of immediate strong wind gusts. There are some gusty winds associated with this severe thunderstorm, but again, not it's just approaching severe limits, and this is several thousand feet up in the atmosphere, so not a clear indicator that there is severe wind occurring at the surface, but again, that potential still exists as these storms move through this area. Again, you're looking live at Highway 30 in Columbus, where a strong portion of this storm just passed through. Officially, Columbus not in the severe thunderstorm warning, just outside the polygon. But just to give you an idea of what it looks like inside these storms as people are just getting started with their Saturday plans. Obviously, a lot of people wondering about the College World Series today. The first game is later this afternoon. Ideally, we should be done with the showers and thunderstorms by then. And there could be another round of showers and thunderstorms later this afternoon and evening. But right now, we remain hopeful that those storms will be well south of the Omaha metro area later tonight. And so hopefully both games will get off without a hitch today between Oklahoma, Alabama, and then the late game between Texas and Georgia at Charles Schwab Field tonight. Looks like a few minutes ago, Zachary asked about large hail for Papillion. Well, certainly can't rule it out. Right now, we have not received any confirmed severe reports in the last 3 hours. As you see on the top of your screen, all of our reports came prior to 4 o'clock this morning now, which was actually around the time that the severe thunderstorm watch was issued. So we have not received any other reports, but that doesn't mean the potential isn't there as we're monitoring these storms. One thing we're keeping an eye out for is whether or not this is beginning to shift away from a hail threat and transitioning more to a wind threat as these storms begin moving a little faster. Those hail cores that we were looking at earlier have certainly weakened quite a bit. And we'll go ahead and take a bigger view of this right now. But those hail cores we were keeping an eye out for that produced at least some small hail have weakened considerably. And so we'll have to see what the National Weather Service does with these with this warning, whether or not they continue it or begin to pare it down a little bit as it continues to push off to the east. There was a pea-sized hail report southwest of this storm in Clarks along Highway 30, but again, that's not severe, not going to do any damage, but just a confirmation that something was reaching the ground. But right now, the good news is no official reports of any 1-inch diameter hail reaching the ground in association with the storm that you see there in that warning box north of Columbus and right over Schuyler along Highway 30. Now, if we zoom out and we put this in motion again, I just kind of want to give you an idea of what kind of motion we're getting out of these. We had a kind of an east to west line earlier this morning as there were more isolated supercells embedded in that line that were producing some very large hail reports. Now we're seeing this sort of coalescing into more of what we would see with the storms that are capable of producing some strong wind gusts, but we're not getting any indication that that is happening as of yet. The storms are beginning to accelerate. That's what the National Weather Service anticipated that they would do. The last warning that we had earlier this morning, about an hour or so ago, storms were moving at about 20 miles per hour. Now they're moving at 40 to 45 miles per hour to the east. And so the National Weather Service continues to monitor this for the potential of any strong winds and large hail. The good news is that as the storms accelerate, hopefully they will get out of here quicker, and the rain that's further behind them will kind of rain itself out, and we won't have to deal with a lot of showers and thunderstorms through the morning hours, and hopefully should not impact any of the plans at the College World Series. With the first game, I believe, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and the night game at 7 o'clock. So we got about 24 minutes left on that severe thunderstorm warning for Colfax and Platte counties. We have seen a fair amount of weakening in that storm, so we'll see what the National Weather Service does with it. Let's go ahead and zoom back in on that area there. And we have seen quite a bit of weakening. Strongest portion of the storm still appears to be on track for the Schuyler area, so we will keep an eye on that. I don't believe we have a camera in that area, but let me double check. No, there's just a camera east of Schuyler, a little closer to North Bend. But we will go ahead and keep an eye on that one and monitor that for any changes. And there you see the National Weather Service has canceled that severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled as the threat has pushed out of that area. And the storm has weakened considerably. So that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. We'll continue to monitor the situation, but right now just some prolific rain producing and lightning producing storms. Some small hail could be embedded in this as well, and maybe a strong wind gust or two. We're going to continue to monitor this for a little while to see if these storms do intensify at all. But right now, all warnings have been canceled. As these storms are really struggling to reach severe limits. That's great news, though. We don't want to see any more damage than we've already seen this week after those storms early Thursday morning. But again, severe thunderstorm warning that had been in effect for Colfax and Platte counties has been canceled. And we will continue to monitor the situation. And if the weather warrants, we will bring that information to you right here. You're watching extended weather coverage here on First Alert 6 Online.
Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
And good morning, everyone. Nick Weig here with you as we continue to monitor. Well, should probably turn the lights back on. There we go. Nick Weig here with you as we continue to monitor the threat for strong to severe thunderstorms. We did just get an update from the Storm Prediction Center. They do believe that the threat does continue across the severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for much of eastern Nebraska, including the Omaha metro area. Let's take you back now live to First Alert Radar, and we've been watching this strong line of showers and thunderstorms move across the area. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out here real quickly and show you the entire line. And really it's this northeast side of this line that has maintained some intensity here. The Storm Prediction Center says that the environment ahead of it does remain favorable for severe thunderstorm development, and we're waiting to see if we're going to also see maybe some additional wind concerns. You see an outflow boundary right there kind of ejecting out of this, and that could be part of the reason why these storms continue to kind of pick up in forward motion. And so they are already bearing down on the Elkhorn area right now at the Valley radar site for the National Weather Service. And so we're going to continue to monitor this. We did just take a look, as you may have noticed, at the hail detection, and it was getting some stronger returns now. So we'll have to see what the Weather Service decides to do with this. And right now, they are not issuing a warning on this just yet. They are advising a half-inch diameter hail and gusts of up to 50 miles per hour are possible in the metro area. The radar is indicating that there is a lot of large hail in this storm, but that has not really been verified on the ground. And so the National Weather Service, for now at least, is opting not to issue a warning on this, but is a trend that they're keeping a close eye on, as well as the Storm Prediction Center saying that the threat does remain, even though we haven't had a warning here for some time now. Let's go ahead and take a look at those winds now and see what's going on. And yeah, we do see some stronger wind gusts embedded in this storm. I'm going to zoom in on some of those areas. We had been keeping an eye on the DOT camera at their Fremont yard. Saw some pretty gusty winds in that area. And up there right now, just kind of getting anywhere from 40 to maybe 50 mile an hour wind gusts. As we look more towards the velocity, we're getting some higher readings, just slightly of 60 to 70. But again, that's up in the atmosphere, but certainly something to keep an eye out for as these storms continue to make their way and now move into a very populated area where isolated pockets of severe weather will be much more noticeable than they are in more rural parts of the area. All right, I want to go check out that DOT camera again. This is a live look from Fremont. We've been monitoring the DOT's camera there at the yard, and you can see the winds have really picked up. The lightning has picked up. A very intense rain, not getting any indication of hail in that area right now, but certainly a very strong thunderstorm moving through the Fremont area right now. But still no reports of any actual severe weather. But the severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect for the area until 11 o'clock this morning. Basically for this line of thunderstorms, once this line moves through, things should begin to quiet down. We could see some scattered showers through the rest of the morning, but things should be much quieter here in the metro after about an hour or so of showers and thunderstorms. All right, let's go back now to live First Alert Radar and give you an update on the storms about to enter the metro area. There you see they're now approaching Elkhorn and points to the west. We've also been keeping an eye on these storms as they were getting a little closer to the metro on our CityCam network, and just seeing what our cameras are able to pick up. Let me see if I can find one of our... So this is at 144th and Dodge, and we're seeing, kind of those lower, sometimes they're referred to as a shelf cloud on the leading edge of this as this storm system is moving into the area. Obviously a lot of lightning, a lot of rain, but beyond that, no reports of severe weather as of yet in our area. Some gusty winds in the Cedar Bluffs area right now. But right now, half-inch hail, 50 mile an hour wind gusts, all below the severe threshold is possible for the metro area this morning as these storms continue to push through the area. I know some people are asking, is there a tornado? No, there is no tornado. We don't expect there to be a tornado. This is a strong thunderstorm that has the possibility of producing severe weather, some strong wind gusts, and some large hail. We have not seen a lot of that. In fact, we haven't had a severe weather report in about 4 hours now. But these storms are still in a somewhat favorable environment, and so the Storm Prediction Center is going to continue the severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock, and we're going to continue to keep an eye on these storms as they roll through the metro area over the next hour or so. So there's a look at where the storms are right now, just entering the Elkhorn area. We've been also watching the DOT camera up in their Fremont yard, as some strong wind gusts and vivid lightning taking place there. But again, right now, at least for the moment, there are no warnings in effect. Radar is detecting a pretty potent hail core within this storm system that could be capable of producing large hail, but they've so far not issued a warning for that. And a big reason why is they've seen these hail cores develop earlier this morning and have not received any indication or any confirmation that any of that large hail, in fact, fell to the ground. So for right now, they're just advising for the potential of half-inch diameter hail, roughly marble-sized hail, embedded in this storm as it passes through the metro area. Shouldn't really do much in the way of damage, but also need to be on the lookout for the potential of any brief gusts of wind that could get close to the 50 or 60 mile an hour range. And there you see the National Weather Service has gone ahead and opted for that warning. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the metro area. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Omaha metro area. This will include essentially the entire metro area, as well as areas of Mills, Pottawatomie, Sarpy, Washington, Dodge, Douglas, Saunders, and Cass County. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from 3 miles south of Nickerson to near Valley to 4 miles southeast of Meade, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Why the change? Well, the National Weather Service has opted to issue this severe thunderstorm warning because they did get a confirmation of 1-inch diameter hail near Fremont that was also what they said wind driven. So some strong gusty winds blowing around some large hail in the Fremont area. That was the site of the camera that we were showing you earlier, has prompted them to go ahead and issue this severe thunderstorm warning. So a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the Omaha metro area until 9 o'clock this morning. So if you know anybody who's out and about this morning, they need to get into a safe space. They need to get to shelter. Do want to stress, though, this is not a situation that we expect any widespread damaging events, but this is moving into a populated area. It is producing a lot of lightning, and there is now a confirmed report of some large hail, and there's still a potential for some gusty winds, and so that's why they've gone ahead and issued this severe thunderstorm warning. There is a live look from Fremont, the DOT yard there, where that some large hail was reported in the Fremont area being blown in some strong winds. No confirmation of any severe wind gusts, but they did get a report of 1-inch diameter hail, and as a result, they've gone ahead and issued this severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so here's another look at where that storm is now in relation to the metro. The severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 9 o'clock this morning, and we'll go ahead and zoom in here and give you a better look. There you see the donut hole around the valley radar. We'll make sure we're on the right scan here. We are. There you see the showers and thunderstorms developing now east of Elkhorn, out ahead of this in the Boys Town area. I want to go ahead and head back out to some of our live cameras here. Let's go to our first national camera downtown looking to the southwest. There you see the darkened skies, those lower clouds on the leading edge, and we'll continue to check out some of the cameras here. I believe this is 90th and Dodge on our CityCam network. There you see the, for lack of a better term, kind of the menacing looking skies to the west as this now severe thunderstorm warned cell is approaching the metro area. And then let's take you now live to 144th and Dodge. There you see pretty, if you kind of see the darker areas on the left side of your screen, that looks like some pretty intense rainfall that's falling just west of the metro area. Lightning picking up in the area as well, certainly similar to what we've been seeing on the camera in Fremont this morning as these storms have made their way through. And finally, let's take a look at our camera here at Blackstone Plaza in Midtown, and you can see kind of a wider view of that storm as it's approaching the metro area. Those lower clouds on the leading edge could be indicative of some strong wind gusts as it approaches the metro area, and just a whole lot of rain and lightning as well as these storms are moving through. And going to keep an eye out on any reports of any hail that may come in. Jake over on Facebook asking about hail in the metro. Hail is a possibility. These storms now have produced 1-inch diameter hail, and they've also produced some strong gusty winds as well. So it's certainly something. If you've got a minute and you need to get something indoors, if you need to get a car under a shelter in a garage or so, it's not a bad idea. Once we get to those 1-inch diameter hail reports, that's when you get into the potential of some dents and dings causing some problems to your equipment. So again, that is what we're keeping an eye out for right now, as a severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for the metro area of Omaha until 9 o'clock this morning. Again, the National Weather Service received a report of quarter-sized hail in Fremont. And I believe Chief Meteorologist Rusty Lord is now in the studio, and we're going to take it to him for additional coverage of this severe thunderstorm warning.
In the Fremont area. So this warning goes through 9 o'clock, and there have been some reports of some severe activity within this. So let's look at the hail core. You can see here between Fremont and Elkhorn the possibility of some inch, maybe 1.5 inch diameter hail. The bulk of that really hasn't been reaching the ground so far. A lot of it has been nickel or quarter size hail, but it is approaching the Elkhorn area along 204th Street. As we move a little closer into the metro, you can see there's also the potential for some wind with this one, as the gusts are going to start to race out from it at a healthy pace. And we can sample some of the wind as of right now. And you can see the winds coming into this do have a little bit of velocity to them. We're going to start to see from 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. So again, we're right on the edge of severe potential with this one, but what's going to happen is we're getting some wind-driven larger hail. Most of the reports coming in, P, dime size, maybe nickel. And for the most part, we've had a couple of reports of some quarter-size hail in the Fremont area. So again, the wind, what it's doing is racing southeast through this. So the leading edge of the wind right now is likely in the Elkhorn area. Sorry, I'm maneuvering a lot of different things here. We're going to take the camera we have, 144th, and spin that to the west and see if we can watch some of these gusts start to roll in here. Also keep in mind they're intense down at the College World Series. This one packing a little bit of a punch here, and it's the lone severe thunderstorm warning inside this watch that we have. Now the watch, it goes through 11 o'clock this morning, but you can see the storms have developed and dropped to the southeast through this, and the strongest of which is likely right over the city as of right now. Base velocity shows that this is the area. So as the new radar scan fills in, that is the main area of concern. We had a report of some quarter-size hail around the Fremont area, around Valley as well. I'm hoping that maybe some of this wind can rush out ahead of the main line and maybe start to cut this off. But as you can see, we'll take you in a little closer. The latest scan just put some slightly stronger winds right here around 60 miles per hour. So that would put it approaching, let's draw some lines here. It looks like there's 144th Street, 156. So those winds would be approaching 168th and Dodge as of right now. We do have an NDOT cam there, Bo. Maybe we can bring up that one 168th and Dodge. That might be a good one to show here. Just a heads up in there in the back, we might switch some sources a little bit. If you can bring up that NDOT camera, we'll give you the sign on that one when we both still got to bring it up. So no rush on that just yet, but it's the leading edge of this wind right here that's going to be marching to the southeast and through the area. So if that's moving at about 55, to 60 miles per hour. Let me put a track on this and give you a little idea of how fast this is going to move through the area. Let's see if we can do this on this tight of a view of the map. Take it all the way through here, ballpark that. It's moving a little bit faster than this.
There
so
we go.
Shave off about 5 minutes. The Millard, Boys Town area. You have that camera up?
I have a good camera up. It's coming up right now. It's just south of Elcor. Yeah, on INDOT.
Yep.
If you want to, yep, there you go.
So at 204th?
204th
Okay.
and Doge, yep.
Yeah, there you go, Dot, right there. You can see that wind-driven rain being blown across the road right there, and that is those gusts that are trying to get up near 60 miles per hour. Some of these hailstones are just below severe limits, but they're getting really, really close, and I imagine many people will be having the hail hitting them and then the wind that'll be ripping through, and they'll be trying to find a little bit of shelter for their vehicle. So remember, do not park under the overpasses to try to save your with a situation like this. You cause traffic jams, and then everybody gets wedged in there. You can cause some accidents as well. So maybe go a little farther east, see if we can get like something at about 168th, and we can kind of watch it incoming.
Yep.
I don't know if there's one between that, but take a little wider view here. And again, it's this hail core that is being wind driven and pulling right into the metro. This is by far the strongest storm in this whole cluster, and it's coming right through the city. So radar estimated hail on this, again, about an inch would be the high end of this as it is moving in. So this is what we're watching as it starts to move into the area. Let me just change things up a little bit here.
Oh,
So let's go right down here near Millard with the latest scan of the radar. And you can see some of these wind gusts are being sampled a little bit more so in the metro. So there you go. Now we're starting to see some gusts get up, at least radar indicated, up over 60 miles per hour. So further justification for this warning here is now the Millard area. It's crossing 144th, 132nd, and we're going to start to see, hopefully we're not losing NDOT cams along the way as the wind knocks them out, but we'll approach 168th here. Let's go back. Oh, we can take our city cams here at 144th. Let me spin it around so you can see what's happening. All right, go
you
ahead.
could do, oh, this is a good one too. Okay.
All right, let's go with this one.
Cap.
This is 144th and Dodge right now. You can see the wind-driven rain moving through, and that's where some of those stronger gusts may be. Bo found another one here.
156th. You actually can really, for a moment there, the camera was really shaking, and oh, I think it just froze.
Yeah, so some of these cameras we're losing here
Okay.
as the wind picks up.
There was a moment where that camera was shaking pretty bad, and you actually could see some of the hailstone, some of that wind just driving that hailstone. I mean, it was pretty crazy to see that the hail fall so rapidly like that. Oh, there we go. I got it back.
All right, can you switch over to the DOT
Okay.
cams whenever you have a second back there, Aaron?
Yeah.
So this is the leading edge of this lone cell. We're worried about a couple of these being a little stronger today, and well, that's where we're at. We're right on the edge of severe potential with this one, and it looks like, yep.
All right.
All right, let's go back here to the graphics. And there you go. That's a live look at the radar. And what we're watching here is this line right here, and it's going to be marching to the east with the strong winds, and could be going 60 to 70 miles per hour now with some of these gusts as they are marching in to the area. So we're getting some stronger sampling of the wind, probably between Maple and about Q Street along 156 and 144. So let's bring that NDOT camera up. You can see we got 156th and Dodge here. You can see the wind-driven rain, the camera shaking a little bit. You can see the sheets of rain just going across the road there. So this is that severe thunderstorm warning and the leading edge of it, and what it's going to be like as it moves into your area here in the next, well, it's not going to take long. It's moving pretty quick. We're at about through about 9 o'clock in the metro, the way things are trending right now. So wider view, let's flip over to the radar. And you can see it kind of looks messy, but the leading edge of the wind is right in here. We're getting a couple of thunderstorms out ahead of it, and then it keeps marching off towards the east as it's moving through. So that is the western half of the city now has seen this envelop and move over. We got an outflow kicking out right here. That could fire off new storms down to the southeast as this moves through. But this warning for the metro area goes through 9 o'clock for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some 1-inch hail. We had a report of some 1-inch hail, some size of a quarter earlier on, and we've seen some radar-indicated wind gusts of about 60 to 70 miles per hour. So we're starting to see this take shape and move across the area and pick up a little speed with the wind. So let's dive in a little closer here with a brand new scan of the radar, and you can see some of these little wind samples that we're showing you there. Some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds still showing up. So 60 miles per hour is the threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's back this up here. Give you a little idea of where this storm would be moving. Bo, did you happen to see a speed on this, or should we just use probably about 50 with the wind?
I would say probably about 50 with wind here. Let me double check for you. I can get that very quickly.
Probably.
45.
45, all right. So let's go halfway between 45 and 50, give you a little idea here. Springfield at 8:30, about 8:30 in Papillion, so right about now. Omaha, downtown Omaha by the ballpark at about 8:40. And then we can get this through the Trainer area by 9 o'clock. You can see Macedonia by 9:12 if the wind gusts continue to persist with this one. And it looks like this sheet of wind will just kind of roll right across the area. Hopefully we keep the gusts below 70 miles per hour, and we can see what happens with this. But some of these wind velocities are picking up a little bit. The hail core, again, we're averaging about 1 inch in hail on the max size of this. Can't move that. All right, well, learned something today. There's the hail core, again, right there. And we're seeing some possibly 1-inch hail with that, and a lot of lightning with this storm. So it's likely very, very noisy. We're here in the studio, can't hear a ton right now, because we're still closer to downtown, but that's over 360 strikes in the last 10 minutes with this one as it is moving through. So we're seeing those stronger winds race out of this one as it's marching to the southeast. Omaha, Bellevue, you're next in line here, right along Highway 75, Ralston, La Vista, Papillion, just about to get in on this one. If they haven't already, there's the leading edge of the wind. Oof, a couple of stronger ones there. There we go, 60, 70 miles per hour, right around Center and Pacific trying to show up, and that would be marching closer towards the Rockbrook area, and then down towards 72nd and Dodge, or 72nd and I-80, I should say. A little stronger cluster of some winds here. I'm trying to think what we have for cameras in that area. Maybe something along 680.
Yeah,
about 680 in Pacific there, Bo?
Yeah, I'm looking real quick. I'm just 680. Hold on.
No problem.
Wait.
So that was one of the stronger wind pockets right in there. So yeah, sampling some 60 to 65 mile per hour gusts pretty easily. And those would likely be moving east-southeast. So this could lead to some tree damage in the area, diving towards the 72nd Street area. So this is the leading edge of the wind. We flip over, you're gonna get some rain before the wind gets to you. So I wanna stress that. There are some showers and there's some storms out ahead of this main area with the stronger wind inside of it. I'm seeing some of these stronger wind showing up around 680. In Dodge, maybe a Dodge and 680 would be a good one.
Yeah,
too.
that's what I'm trying to. It's just taking a hot minute to. There we go.
Yeah,
all right, it's just taking a hot minute to load up. But here you go. You got 680 in Pacific.
All right, let's bring up DOT cams if we could.
It's black. Just give it a second.
Okay. Yep. Once that loads, go ahead and take it.
There you go.
All right, so that's 680 in Pacific with this storm rolling over, and even past the leading edge, there seems to be a decent amount of wind within all of this as well. So this is that strong thunderstorm, prompted the severe thunderstorm warning through 9 o'clock. You're looking at 680 in Pacific, where some of the stronger wind gusts have been sampled on the radar, and we're talking 60 to maybe 65 miles per hour with some of these within this thunderstorm. So if we come back to the radar here, we can show you how this is looking. Let's see here. So again, it's the leading edge right here where the wind is. There are some thunderstorms out ahead of it for the Omaha and Bellevue area over towards Council Bluffs. And then this continues to march off towards the east and through the metro. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning, if you're just waking up a little out of sorts. We've had some 1-inch hail. We've had some radar indicated 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. So we're starting to see some of those pick up in the area. And that is basically with this cell right here, and within it there's a decent amount of wind that's rushing out of it and moving across the metro. So, wasn't some of our radar products there. It's okay, we'll go here. And we've had a decent amount of small hail, a lot of nickels, dimes, pea-size hail, and a couple reports of some quarters, and we're getting still some radar indicated about 1-inch hail max out of this, wherever it may be falling. So now there's the wind, still racing across the area with this one. We're sampling some stronger wind up here around the Bennington area now, and then 680, about 90th and Dodge, as a matter of fact. Let me see if I can bring this camera up. Yeah, let's go to our city cams here at 90th and Dodge.
I was going to say, I do have one for I-80 at 84th Street, and it's pretty
Let's bounce
crazy.
around some cameras here.
There you go.
I-80 and 84th Street. There's the wind-driven rain as it just keeps marching east. And we're getting some 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts with these as they're moving through. Very strong wind within this. Could be doing some tree damage right now. Then we go over to our 90th and Dodge camera if we can here as this marches closer to the Midtown and downtown area. Look at the sheets of rain blowing through the light there on the American National Bank sign as this heavy rain is moving through. And stick with me here on this camera. I know there's an American flag over here, probably shielded by the building a little bit, but that one will probably start whip around right there. Kind of looks like some of the footage you see from the middle of a hurricane at times with all the wind and the wind-driven rain. So the sheets of rain rolling down Dodge right now with very heavy rain within this, and we're starting to see now the middle of the city being impacted by this, and it'll just keep marching east towards downtown, towards Council Bluffs here over the next 25 to 30 minutes. All right, thank you very much there, Aaron. Let's check the wind again because that seems to be the bigger issue with this one. We've had some smaller hail.
I was going to say, I did get a couple of storm reports. We got 60 mile per hour just around Elkhorn reported not too long ago. 1/4 inch hail as well as in Elkhorn. So a lot. We also had a 70 mile per hour wind gust storm report for the valley. So yes, this line of storms has been capable of producing quarter-size hail and up to 70 mile per hour wind damaging wind gusts. So.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Some of those gusts keep holding on even back behind this as well.
Yeah, they're keeping that severe thunderstorm warning going for the back end of it longer because it looks like more the winds are starting to pick up back there as well.
Okay, so what Bo was talking about here, normally as the storm starts to move, they would start to drop sections of this warning off and move along with it. But because the wind back in this storm a little bit still is rather healthy, they're going to keep that going all the way through 9 o'clock. So even when the leading edge goes by, there's still a fair amount of wind with this one. And you can see some of the gusts up here around the Bennington area now starting to pick up a little bit near 60 to 70 miles per hour, even a little bit more. So this kind of storm has picked up a little steam as it moved in here. This is the first warning in the metro with this one. They were warning it well to the west when it had some hail potential, but even that has dropped off as it moved in. So as it marched closer and closer to the metro, it's kind of evolved into more of a wind threat. And that's what we're seeing as of right now with this moving closer or moving through the city. So now we have some of the strongest wind gusts here near 50th Street, heading towards 42nd and 30th. And we got some older growth trees in this part of the city, and that's where we run into some issues with more wind damage and maybe some power outages as well. So if anybody's listening in the back there, maybe we can start to check the power outage map and bring that up. Okay. Yeah, sounds like we got about 1,000 or so without power in the metro as of right now. And you can see the average wind speed probably within that is sitting at about 60 to 70 miles per hour north of Highway 36 right now with this storm. that's moving through. So we're just about to get this one down at the ballpark right now with the leading edge of the wind. So hopefully those tents are tied down. Let's move this to the northeast cam.
I was going to say, if you want, I have an I-80 at 50th Street if you want to take that while you,
All right.
just to show. It's just really...
Yeah, let's go to the DOT cams right now.
And I-80 at 50th Street just really showing those winds coming hard onto the roads. I mean, I haven't seen any accidents, which is great news, but I have seen a couple of cars pull off to the side and kind of just wait it out, which very smart idea. If you don't feel comfortable driving something like this, always smart to pull off to the side of the road and just wait out the storm. But like Rusty said earlier, do not do it under an overpass. You'll call traffic backups and you can even cause some accidents. So again, if you're going to go out and you're out in a storm like this, it's just ideal to pull off to the side of the road and just wait out the thunderstorm. So again, the storm is capable of producing up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which of course can be quite damaging for trees and even cause some accidents. Seeing some pictures of quarter-size hail around Elkhorn, another one at 144th and Fort. Pea-sized hail also being reported, so getting a whole bunch of mixtures. Another one, 192nd and Maple, reporting pea-sized hail. Yeah, so this thunderstorm's really packing a punch.
Yeah, it looks so. As this marches across, we continue to see the wind be the issue. Now it's getting closer to downtown. If you're in the city of Omaha, you're maybe getting up, you're hearing some things. You're in town, you don't know what's going on. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for the city of Omaha, which is in Douglas County. That's what you need to listen to for any future warnings later on in the week. But it is in the middle of Douglas County, city of Omaha, and likely going to be some pretty intense wind head towards downtown here at the moment.
It looks like they're going to extend that severe thunderstorm warning
a little farther east
into Pottawatomie County.
Okay, that would make a lot of sense here. So there's the wind gusts that are going 60 to 70 miles per hour now that are getting into downtown very shortly. So those are racing to the east, and the severe thunderstorm warning will be extended farther to the east with this storm as it keeps going on.
And it looks like it is picking up a little bit of speed. Earlier we were saying like 45 miles per hour. Now it's up to 50 miles per hour. So it is rapidly moving to the east and picking up a little bit of speed.
So there's that new warning that Bo was talking about through 9:30. 60 mile per hour winds, 60 to 70, and some 1-inch diameter hail. Again, the hail threat, we're still seeing some of that, but a lot of it has been just below severe limits, but enough to maybe put a few dents on some things. So there's the new warning that now encompasses the metro, downtown metro, basically east of 204th Street and all the way through central parts of Pottawatomie County. So again, there's 204th, there's the west edge of the warning, and now it includes Pottawatomie County. So Council Bluffs and farther east towards Oakland, anybody along Highway 59, you are in this warning right now. I fear we're going to lose some of our cameras here downtown because as that wind and the rain hits, it's going to block our microwave signal. I was hoping to see, the strong winds have hit here at the station. And
trying to see if I can get a picture along the Missouri River or something like that. I see that.
We're losing connection here on a lot of these.
Yeah.
So yeah, it likely hit all the tents and everything set up down at the ballpark right now. So hopefully there's no extensive damage with this one. This is the lone severe storm that we knew there was a potential for maybe 1 or 2 of these from any of the stuff through the area today and this morning and into the afternoon, but it looks like the strongest one has decided it's going to go right through the city as of right now. And you can see we have a line of some very strong wind gusts moving through. Here north of Highway 36, we're getting some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And down here rolling into downtown, we're also doing that as well with some 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts as they're heading downtown too. So the leading edge of the wind now is just about to cross the Missouri River and move onto the Council Bluffs side of things. Crescent, you're about 5 minutes away from the wind, if that. And let me recenter this here and we'll put a track on it as we take it through the warning here. So there's the leading edge of the storm. Bo, you said 50 miles per hour?
Yep, moving east at 50.
There we go. So there's some of the cities in the path there. Plattsmouth, probably just catch the north edge there at about 8:45. Or Plattsmouth, you will catch the south edge of this one. Crescent here at about 8:46. So in a couple of minutes, Glenwood, Traynard before 9 o'clock, and then we'll go 9 to 9:30 for Carson to Oakland to Hancock and Red Oak with these strong straight line winds that are kind of evolved from this storm as it has moved south or east and southeast through the metro. So let's go back to the radar mode here.
If you want, I do have a new in-dock camera I-480 at Dodge Interchange. If you want
Okay.
to show that
There you go.
yeah, coming down really, really good.
Yeah, so there's the wind-driven rain. Cars still plowing through it. And we're getting some, that's where some of those 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts are likely picking up. You can see the wind-driven rain going right across the road right there. Maybe if you could find one, is there a 13th and 480, Bo? That would be the closest one we have to downtown in the stadium, give people a little view of what it's like.
Yeah,
I've
I'm
been trying to
get that, yeah.
The connection's gone on the, I think because of the rain fade there.
Let's say that's not good.
Oh yeah, good mention there too. The farmers market's going on this morning too with all the tents. So
Yeah.
this is some pretty intense wind heading downtown right now.
Let's see.
Likely going to have some issues with this racing through the city. So the strongest wind gusts now have already moved through downtown pretty much, and now they're going onto the Council Bluffs side with this one too. There's where Lake Manawa sits right about there. So you're getting these strong wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour. This little cluster right here probably going to go right through the Lake Manawa area and towards the 29 and 80 junction on the Council Bluffs side as well. So all these cameras keep trying to connect here a little bit. Yep. Anything on top of the First National Tower is kind of lost signal, which makes sense. It's a microwave signal. It's send it back wirelessly, and it looks like the rain fade is really messing with it. But
I'd say the only one I'm trying, the Blackstone one
Yeah.
is probably your best option.
can we go back to our CityCam network right now? There's a look at Blackstone. This is the top of the Blackstone building where our station is headquartered, and yeah, that's pretty ominous looking rain with the wind-driven rain and the shields of rain just rolling right across the camera right there as a lot of events were getting ready to take place this morning. We had farmers market, and everybody's looking for a quiet start, and the strongest of the storms going right through the city right now. Hold on, while you're here, Aaron, I want to show you. This is what it looks like now back on the west edge of the city. So it's quieted down a fair amount. We can actually see a little bit farther. The rain isn't quite as threatening. The wind isn't quite as bad, but it's still a little hint of it back there. So that's how quickly this one will move through and how much conditions will improve on the front edge of it here. So if you come back to camera 4, thank you very much. And there's still a ton of lightning with this one. And see how quickly this kind of took on a life of its own as it dropped in. There's the surge of the lightning and the storm that just raced on through as of right now. So let's look at how much lightning we've had in the last 10 minutes alone. Still pushing 400 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. So this storm's still got a good head of steam here as it's now marching east at a pretty quick pace. So there's your strong wind gusts. We'll sample some of these. Crescent, you could have some 75 mile per hour wind gusts heading over the city, heading right into town right now. 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts would not surprise me at all. Is it Crescent and Underwood now in line for this? So again, remember, straight line wind can do just as much damage as a tornado. It does not have to be a tornado to be life-threatening as these are moving through. Some very strong straight line winds, a lot of trees up here in the Hitchcock Nature Center. If anybody is camping up there, you knew they were camping this weekend, call them very, very quickly and let them know what's coming, because some of those campers sit up on a hill there. We have some 60 to 80 mile per hour winds that are racing through. And we also have still some pretty strong winds rolling right over Lake Manawa, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So we were talking about the threat for severe weather today. It was fairly low, limited as far as the coverage, but there could be one or two storms like this, and that's what we're dealing with here this morning. And then we'll see if this presses the threat farther south. But a severe thunderstorm watch is in place through 11 o'clock, but it mostly encompasses this batch of storms that is moving through right now. And you can see no other warnings on the map, none whatsoever. Outflow's kind of kicked out, may start to see some more down to the south, but this batch of storms right over top the city, the one that's causing all the trouble as of right now, and they're really, really kicking out some wind. Let me play this. No? All right. So let's zoom in here on some of these stronger wind reports. I don't know if you can bring any of those Iowa cams up on Iowa DOT on maybe a web computer or something. We can check out what's like on the Iowa side right now. Sorry, Art.
I do have one up north near that area of where some that's,
Okay.
yeah, and dog cameras, that one right there, just north of Omaha.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I-680 at 31st Street.
All right, yep, so that's on the north side of the Florence area right there, just south of Ponca Hills. Thank you very much, Bo.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe on one of the Web 1 or Web 2 computers, you could bring up DOT cameras, and some of them have the videos that we could funnel in as well. But this expanse of wind up here on the north side looks to be the most troublesome right now. Up towards Crescent and Honey Creek, where we're getting some of these wind gusts that are sampling over 70 miles per hour, trying to touch 80 just north of the airport. So that camera Bo brought up was right about here. You can see, and then all that wind would have been racing northeast towards the Crescent and Honey Creek area, where, again, Hitchcock Nature Center, you got Mount Crescent Ski Resort up there. A lot of camping probably taking place right now with this happening. Take a little wider view in the leading edge with some very strong wind gusts moving through as of right now. So let's do another track on this and kind of show you what we're looking at here. With the leading edge, there's the wind. This will be right as the wind hits you, going at about 50 miles per hour. Yeah, trying to be specific here. Near 850, Pony Creek Park, so we're there right now. Glenwood at 8:55. We'll go near 9 o'clock in Trainer again. Maybe shave 5 minutes off these, give yourself a little bit of prep time. Again, this is right when the leading edge would try to move in. And then we're going into the 9:30 hour as we get into Pottawatomie County, hence this severe thunderstorm warning towards Minden and Oakland that goes through 9:30 with the same 60 mile per hour plus wind gust threat and the potential for some hail. But I will say the hail threat has really lessened quite a bit in this. Maybe a few stones trying to show up down here around the south edge of Bellevue and the south edge of I-80. But overall, those hailstones really haven't materialized of that size just yet in and around the metro. Mostly have been less than an inch in diameter. This has quickly evolved from a hail threat into a wind threat as this is racing through. So there's the leading edge of the gusts. Just now, the Canesville exit on I-80, and then they continue to march to the east as they're moving through. So Crescent to Underwood. You can see this batch of wind here is probably the most troublesome. And these lighter colors right there. Do you got something, Bo?
If you want to bring up Web 1 or something like that, I do. Yeah, that is actually the I-29 and I-680 interchange just west of Crescent.
All right, thank you, Bo.
Yeah.
So that would be
yep.
right there in the heart of that wind.
Yep. And
You can see the wind-driven rain right there. Can we go back to that? There we go.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yep,
so
you're
we go
good.
right there that's the heart of the wind, right there in the middle of that, the interchange there with I-29 on the north side where 680 meets it, and then you just keep driving east into Crescent. That is a camera right there on the very north edge of the city. So the wind-driven rain, cars seem to be moving along okay. The hail threat has lessened a fair amount with this, which is good news. See if we lost all our cameras still on the First National Tower. We can switch over to our camera, our city cam that sits and overlooks Epley Airfield right now. Okay. So there's a live look at some of those stronger wind gusts over the Crescent area. We do have a camera that sits and overlooks the airport there. That's looking across Epley. You can see the Missouri River there on the bottom of the screen. And this camera sits up on the bluff, and you can see it just shaking in the wind there. We get you a look a little farther down, and you can see there's Interstate 29 right now with this.
Got storm report, quarter-size hail at Bellevue. Tree limbs have been reported down.
Okay, so that would line up with some of those wind gusts that we're hitting. So that's a look at I-29 on the north side where some of those stronger winds are. And there's what it looks like out across the airport right now. I highly expect there to be some flight delays with this one as this is moving through. Just kind of march around, see if I can see anything. I know this is pine tree on the left side of this camera up here. Just a wider view. If you remember back a little over 2 years ago, this is the camera we caught the live tornado developing on. No tornadoes this morning, but it looks like they might have taken that pine tree down. That was on the left side here.
Huh.
Right. Well, and there's a little view of the cars driving, and you can see what the wind's doing to the trees up there on the higher edge of the bluff as of right now. So there's a look at I-29 on the north side of the city, north side of Council Bluffs. Let's go back to the radar here. Again, we'll take you through this warning as it goes through. Timed it out pretty darn well at the National Weather Service. The leading edge of this getting to the first warning here at 9 o'clock. We're just about there. The next warning takes you through 9:30, a little farther east into Pottawatomie County as well, as this continues to head in an easterly direction and produce some very strong winds. So we're starting to see the wind really relax. I think if you're west of 680 in Omaha, west of 144th, you're in the clear. No more to worry about with this one. You can almost say that at about 72nd Street right now, as the strongest gusts are starting to fan out with this thing and move to the northeast. So again, a really isolated thunderstorm here that really picked up a head of steam right through the city. And you can see how this is barreling east and now kicking up some storm activity around Plattsmouth. But again, the lone warning is this one that we have over top the city heading east into Council Bluffs. And you can see how the wind gusts really stick out with this one. And it's this batch right here where the wind gusts are rolling now on the Council Bluffs side, likely heading over the Council Bluffs Airport as of right now. And then they're going to make their way up I-80 and deeper into parts of Pottawatomie County. So let's sample some of those winds right now. See where we're at with some of these as we get some new radar scans in. We're talking still 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts passing towards McClellan and Underwood. Crossing I-80, we have some gusts west of Trainer now that are 60 to 65. So that's you get the lighter pink shades and these yellow shades here, and that's where some of those stronger gusts are within the reds here. So that's where some very active winds, but you'll notice the back edge of these don't have much to them once you get west of this line here, west of where Highway 75 is in the metro. So almost all of the Omaha and the Nebraska side in the clear with this severe thunderstorm warning. This is quickly transitioning onto the Iowa side as of right now. So these stronger gusts, I-29 over towards McClellan, Trainer, Oakland, Carson, and Henderson. You're going to get these probably before 9:15 at this pace. These things are racing off to the east. And then we start to get farther west of there, we run into issues with the just less reports coming in at this pace. But again, this storm is the main reason we have the severe thunderstorm watch out there till 11 and the severe thunderstorm warning that you see here in the yellow box that goes through 9:30.
I know we haven't talked about this very much, but the National Weather Service is also monitoring some flooding. They have issued a flood advisory for pretty much most of the metro, if not all of the metro. So Douglas County, Pottawatomie County, and parts of Sarpy County under a flood advisory until 11:45 this morning. They are saying that areas that usually do flood, they wouldn't be surprised if they have had flood or are flooding right now. So like Saddle Creek, for example, a common area where it tends to flood a lot. They are concerned that there could be some flooding in those kind of areas.
That makes a lot of sense given the rainfall rates. Thank you very much on that one, Bo. So this is pretty intense line of thunderstorms dropping to the southeast. And I did just see there was a report of some quarter-size hail in the Fontenelle Forest area, which would put it right about there, just on the northeast side of Bellevue. So that continues with the hail threat that's within these. So every once in a while, it's just enough to pulse up a little bit of hail, and you can see the largest hailstones are trying to get up over 1 inch in diameter. They're not quite making it to 1.5 inches. Quarter-size hail is 1 inch, but we're still getting some minor hail with these that would put it in severe thunderstorm criteria. Plus, it is also wind-driven hail as well. Now, as some of the stronger wind gusts start to march right up I-80, and the radar fills back in. So, again, the returns on the radar don't look all that scary. This is just some very heavy rain, but within that, we are seeing some very intense wind, and that's where we're getting some of these wind gusts near 70 miles per hour showing up on I-80 now, crossing from Council Bluffs Underwood. I don't know if you can find a... he's on his way. All
yeah,
right,
I'm
Bo.
trying.
Bo's 2 steps ahead of me. Thank you very much, sir.
Yep, I'm trying. Just the cameras, you know, sometimes loading up can be quite slow, but
a little bit.
We're getting there.
Yeah, some of those they do, and then they'll reset after about 5 minutes too. So heads up on that. So this is the severe thunderstorm warning that now includes, well, basically the Iowa side of it. It's likely that we could probably, the National Weather Service will shave a little bit off of this one. We'll see how the winds keep going, but as that moves off towards the east, we're getting some of the stronger winds now on the Iowa side. Some of the latest wind gust reports. Trying to see if anything, yeah, none of the weather stations even spiked. It's not hitting a lot of the weather stations as of right now, but 55-mile-per-hour gust at 9 o'clock was here, well, no, about 5 minutes ago, actually. So the 9 o'clock reading comes in at 8:52, 8:53. So Epley right here reported a wind gust of 55 miles per hour here at 8:52. It's right about here. So again, the strongest gusts likely would have went north of the airport and now have taken a little bit of a southeasterly turn. So that's where the 60s and 70s would have been most likely within this area. So there's the leading edge of these storms with the wind. It's marching southeast, and now it's going to be central and eastern Pottawatomie County with some of these wind gusts, and then they'll just keep marching east into Cass County. Again, I want to put your mind at ease if you're up and watching. There are no other active warnings right now. It is just this one that's rolling right through the metro, and we'll see if anything farther south can be added on to this. But what I'm hoping is this outflow goes southeast, we'll see if this could be enough to try to cut off the threat for any more thunderstorms later on this afternoon. I know we got a lot of events. We got the College World Series. The Savannah Bananas are going to be playing down in Lincoln as well. I know rain was an issue. It did look like we were going to be dealing with mostly morning and afternoon thunderstorms. I don't know with the forecast, Bo, I kind of raced in here. Was that still the case, morning and afternoon thunderstorms primarily?
Yes. I've been saying thunderstorms to about 11 a.m. this morning, and then a break. We get some sunshine and maybe recharge the atmosphere a little bit, and then there's a possibility we could see more storms after 4 p.m.
After 4 p.m. And those would press southeast pretty quickly.
Yes, and mainly southeast, yes.
Okay.
If you want, I do have an Iowa. It doesn't show a whole lot, but I do have an Iowa dot camera on the web one.
Okay.
It's around the McClellan area.
Gotcha.
Doesn't really show anything too impressive. I mean, you definitely notice some winds and some of that wind-driven rain, but nothing like too impressive. So right on, this is on I-80, just northwest of McClellan, right here.
All right, perfect. Could you close out so I can bring the Mac
Oh,
one
yes,
up here?
yes.
Thank you. We're just kind of get an idea of what we're dealing with here and try to find.
There you go.
Thank you. As we look around here, so that's a look on the Iowa side as these winds are moving to the east. I'm going to see if I could add in. Maybe we can talk a little bit about some of the forecast implications.
I'd say it looks like those winds are starting to not be as strong as they were just a few minutes ago. So
yeah, that'd be good with the wind. So again, that's a look on the Iowa side there, McClellan. Pardon us as you're watching us. We're trying to bring up a few graphics here to show you kind of how this threat would evolve through the course of the day today. So if we could come back to graphics, I want to show you just what we're looking at here as I load this one right now. So this is a look, doing a pretty good job of showing this cluster of thunderstorms moving through the area this morning. And there's what Bo was talking about. We get a little bit of a break. This cluster kind of dies out, and then we'll see what new ones we can start to fire up with a little bit of heat by about 4 to 5 o'clock. Hopefully they're a little spottier than this. and then they'll start to drop southeast. So there's your threat for any afternoon College World Series game there. There it is with a couple of storms moving through. And then all these press to the southeast into the evening. And the evening looks better and better and better. And I will say the wind kicks up out of the north and drives in some less humid air for the rest of the evening. And it does get very, very pleasant later this evening after about 5 to 6 o'clock as all these storms would move east. So this first little batch is the leading edge we were concerned about here. The model's doing a really good job of picking up on those as they raced in. Wow, that is really good. And then moving off towards the east, kind of fizzling a little bit. And now we're going to wait for this next batch to try to fire up middle of the day as those drop to the southeast and through the area and out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I've been mentioning that for the Oklahoma and Alabama game. The start of the game should be just fine. Shouldn't have any concerns. But towards the end of the game is something that it definitely could be impacted. Depending on how long the game goes, of course, it might get delayed. Or if the game wraps up in time, it could be the Texas and Georgia game that might be delayed a little bit in terms of their start time. So it's like that transition between the Oklahoma-Alabama game to the Texas and Georgia game. So that time period could definitely be impacted. But at least, though, as you said, once we get those northern winds kicked in, by 8 or 9 o'clock, things calm down.
Yep.
And we can hopefully finish off those games.
Yeah, things may not go as scheduled today, but we'll see how it goes. Our own Jared Lanford is relaying a little information. Sarpy County 911 reporting eastbound Harrison at 43rd Street is flooded and shut down at the moment. So we're getting some of that minor street flooding, some of that street flooding that we were talking about earlier and the National Weather Service was warning us about with the potential there with these rain rates the way they are coming down. Just checking some of the other reports here. Again, now we're getting to the point, we start to get on the Iowa side where we get some fewer reports. So if you're ever experiencing some of this severe weather, send us in some reports as we're seeing now this large cluster of the wind really be an issue on the Council Bluffs side, east edge of Council Bluffs, as a matter of fact. And the strongest part of the wind is still sitting right in here. And it's going to race towards Oakland. So here within easily the next 5 to 10 minutes, it'll move into the Oakland area, Silver City. They're still doing cleanup from the last round of severe weather. But these are 60 to roughly 75 mile per hour wind gusts within this. And things have quieted down considerably then back behind it. So we're still dealing with a little bit of wind. Okay, so we're up to over 3,000 power outages right now from OPPD as well. Not quite sure what's happened here. Some flash. Okay, bring up some of those. If we can zoom in on those in the time being. But yeah, we're dealing with a little over 3,000 power outages right now in the metro area from OPPD. Can you tell me, does it list the counties still? Where the bulk of those, which county's dealing with the most of them? I would expect it to be Douglas. Okay, Douglas County now dealing with the bulk of those power outages, over 2,000 of those on the Douglas County side. So got a little bit of cleanup to do with this one as it's moved through, but things have quieted down considerably in the metro. We got our camera back. If we want to look at the downtown ballpark, it looks like fairly unscathed there. No, I'm looking for any of the white tops. Okay, we'll bring that up. There's a look at the thunderstorm that moved through.
Oh, yeah.
City cam looks like this is now we got our camera back with the rain fade done downtown. So looks like the strongest of the wind probably went just to the north of the ballpark. Kept the tarp on the field and just got to clean things up just a little bit. So not all that bad there, which is great news with these wind gusts in that 60 to 75 mile per hour range. So let's come back to the radar here if we can. I'll show you what we're dealing with. We still got a couple of hail cores on the east edge of this one.
I think we should.
On the west edge of this one, let me show you what this looks like here. There's a look at some of the strongest hail, largest hail, I should say, about 1 inch in diameter on the west edge of, so north of Glenwood, between Silver City and Glenwood, and then between Council Bluffs and Trainer there, right on Highway 92. Those have been trying to run a little farther to the east as of right now. And then you see a wider view here as a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see, now we're getting to the point where that warning will cross over. Okay, so they added another one here to the Pottawatomie County side. And then once they go farther east, what we'll get here is diving into the Des Moines Weather Service office. So what we see here is this severe thunderstorm warning that goes through 9:45 now for parts of Montgomery County. Red Oak's been hit, it seems like 13 times so far this severe weather season, so hopefully they can avoid the worst of this one. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, still the problem. We've been getting some sporadic hail reports with these, and we're starting to see the wind really race out even more so in some locations as this cell just continues to take on enough intensity to keep this line of the wind rolling here. So let's put a track on this with this new warning.
Yep.
There's the leading edge of the wind. And what's the speed there, Bo?
50 east.
50?
Yep.
We'll go due east at 50.
There you go.
And you can see some of the cities. So this will take us through Villisca. Again, they just had some storm damage earlier on in the week. 9:45 roughly there. Red Oak, we're looking at about 9:25. We'll go Oakland closer to 9:10, 9:15. Again, we're just about there with that one as these strong winds. And you can even see this little axis of winds pointing right at Oakland. So we're probably going to deal with Oakland, Iowa on the cusp of some very strong winds here, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with this one. As this is now marched over onto the Iowa side, it looks like everything on the Nebraska side of this one with just a little bit of wind is pretty much done. And now we're quickly migrating onto the Iowa side as this continues to march to the east. So eastern parts of Pottawatomie County now under the threat of this warning, and over into Montgomery County. Well, there you go. They just trimmed the warning. They're on the Nebraska side, so no longer any Nebraska issues with this severe thunderstorm warning. This is all shifted onto the Iowa side, and you can see the latest look with this in the wind, and we're dealing with this warning that for Council Bluffs goes through 9:30 for Council Bluffs, Glenwood, Malvern, Oakland, and there's the two threats with that, and we've observed both of those as a matter of fact. We're starting to see a new radar scan come in here. Let's check the lightning. Been a little bit since we've looked at some of this. In the last 10 minutes or so, again, 230 strikes, and starting to see maybe this little part of the storm pick up a little steam here. Maybe a little more hail core down here between Malvern and Tabor at the moment. So you got this hail core here trying to do something silly with some 1.5-inch diameter hail, and then right over Tabor, and they just had a confirmed tornado north of Tabor a few days ago with that batch of severe weather. Now we're dealing with some 1 to maybe 1.5-inch diameter hail rolling into the city of Tabor itself. So Tabor to Malvern again under the gun with some of these larger hailstones if they're not there already, and the wind racing out. Luckily sampling some slightly lighter wind down here. We're talking 40 to 50 mile per hour winds with a lot of these. South of Highway 92, or maybe south of the Mills County line. Mills County's a little more hail, a little less wind. Pottawatomie County's a little more wind and a little less hail right now heading towards Oakland. So there's some of the stronger gusts. We're talking 60 to 70 miles per hour with some of these as they're marching to the east. Maybe even taking on a little bit of a northeasterly track with some of these too from Trainer to Oakland as of right now. So let's go here. So again, they're really lessening quite a bit on the Nebraska side. You just got a little rain, a few random thunderstorms, but they're going to dive into an environment here that's really been zapped from that thunderstorm. And you can see this little outflow that's kicking out here, pressing down to the southeast. So we'll see what that does, and that could help cut off any more storm threat for later on, but I still think some of those are possible. Into the afternoon. So that's the cluster of storms we're watching as it marches to the southeast. We got the two severe thunderstorm warnings, the one that'll go through 9:30 for Mills and Pottawatomie County, and then to encompass the area as it drops to the southeast through 9:45 with parts of Montgomery, Mills, and eastern Pottawatomie County, as this is the lone thunderstorm that continues to hold on to the energy it has and moves to the east, but they've been able to drop anything on the Nebraska side with this one thus far. I don't know if there's any, then the cameras even get kind of sparse.
That's a dead zone, unfortunately. Yeah. So once you get past I-29, East, it's like not a lot. The next camera is just east of, oh, actually, sorry, it's just north of Villisca. So
Okay.
once it starts getting close to Villisca, then we could possibly see something. But otherwise, that line of thunderstorms that's moving through, yeah, that's a dead zone for cameras.
So right in here, we're still getting those larger hail estimates. Right here north of Malvern, trying to go 1.5 inches. And they're near Tabor at about 1.5 inches with some of those larger hailstones. So that again, but then you flip over to the wind and you got a little less wind here to contend with in the Malvern and Tabor area. So that's some good news. Probably handle some quarter-size hail as long as it's not blowing sideways. And then we move farther up this storm, and there's a little less of a hail core up here, but still plenty of wind to contend with as it keeps marching to the east. So let's look at the wind velocity. Yeah, this continues to be the spot right in here where we get some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Oakland, Carson to Trainer. Continuing to watch this location right in here, and then that's going to move to the east. Just getting ready, if not already crossing Highway 59 at the moment in the Oakland area. Again, Oakland, Iowa, Oakland, Nebraska, you're fine. This is on the Iowa side right now. Everything so far has been south of I-80 and 880 on the Iowa side. So any of our viewers north of I-80, you have nothing to worry about. It's this lone thunderstorm right here that's still hanging on as it's marching to the east and got a decent amount hail on the south side of it. We'll see if maybe they extend a warning down here to Shenandoah as this keeps marching farther and farther to the east. Luckily, there hasn't been any rotation or anything with this, which is great news. Not able to, just not the right setup to get that to rotate on the front edge of it. But here, that's where the worst of the wind is right now. I'm going to march around a couple of these cameras here and see.
They said that they might have to extend the severe thunderstorm warning a little bit further south into like Fremont and Page County, right? For that line of hail that you were showing earlier. Hold on a moment.
Right down here.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. That part. Yep. They're going to be, so probably, possibly Shenandoah, Clarinda. You guys might, not a guarantee, but you guys might be under a severe thunderstorm warning over the next few minutes. So be aware of that. Yeah. That area that Rusty just circled, that area definitely could be under a severe thunderstorm warning over the next few minutes.
Yeah. It's all because of this hail core that just doesn't have any quit with it. And now it's going into an environment that has a good amount of energy still left over. It hasn't been used up yet. And that is growing to the southeast as of right now. So Red Oak to Malvern, and then we'll see what else gets added on here as it continues to march farther to the southeast. So again, new scan of the radar there. This thing still moving along pretty well. Oh, now they just added, the Des Moines Weather Service office just added Atlantic to the severe thunderstorm warning. It goes through 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So that's parts of Cass County, Iowa, not Nebraska, Cass County, Iowa, and Adams County, Iowa, as it marches east and dives farther southeast here. So again, this is the dividing line. That's why we were saying things right here. Everybody's got a certain amount of counties that they're responsible for in each National Weather Service office. So here, taken care of by the office out here at Valley. Once you get east of this line, Des Moines handles all the warnings here. So that's why you see a few extra lines on the map. Some of that, this would likely just have been one big warning, if not for the split in the National Weather Service offices. But they do a good job of lining things up and make it all look seamless. And there you go. This is the main batch of wind. So likely picking up, the wind picking up in Oakland right now and becoming very, very intense as it's crossing Highway 59 on the Oakland side. Some of these wind gusts are still hitting 60, 65 miles per hour. Trying to show up in there. Oh, there was a 70. So again, there's the potential for some stronger wind in there. And again, as we get farther away from the radar, the beam goes up a little higher. So what we see here is these winds picking up a little bit, but some of those could be a little higher up in the storm and maybe not reaching the surface as of right now, as these march off towards the southeast, or east and a little bit southeast. So here's what we're watching. This line of storms, there's no more threat on the Nebraska side. It's the Iowa side of these with this warning that goes through 9:30 and this warning here that goes through 9:45, and then it'll keep extending farther to the east towards 10 o'clock with these storms that have packed a punch with some wind and some hail as well. So again, we'll stick with you here. There's the hail core right there. Now we're starting to see a few new hail cores develop down here. We could be approaching 1-inch diameter hail. And within that, the southern edge of this is starting to pick up just a little bit more steam. So Shenandoah could be in line for some hail here in the next 10 to 15 minutes as the southern part of this line now has a little more intensity to it. And there's a brand new radar scan as this evolves. Again, we're getting radar scans about every 3 minutes or so. And when a new one pops in, it jumps to the east just a little bit, and that's the sign of just how fast these are moving. They're moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour in some instances, at least the wind within them going 60, the storm itself tracking at about 50 miles per hour. So go a little further north here. Let's look at the wind. Again, the strongest core of this wind now about to exit out of the warning, goes through 9:30 at Potawatomi, and it'll jump across Highway 59. But there's some pretty intense wind now with the latest radar scan around Carson. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds still holding on as of right now as these move to the east. So again, no tornado threat with these. These are all about straight line wind and some wind driven hail in the short term. Again, probably for about the next 45 minutes. These will move through. Got about 45 more minutes of this being an issue in our viewing area where they keep going. We'll see how the intensity goes from there and see what we're contending with. But again, it's a one storm that's really blown up, and we've seen some of these stronger winds here. So, yep, 60 to 70 miles per hour still showing up there along Highway 59, the Henderson area towards Oakland. This is likely to cause some tree damage, not as intense as they were that were moving grain bins and knocking sheds over with the last round, but enough to definitely cause some problems. The problem is we just don't have any eyes here, no cameras until we get down closer to Villisca on the Iowa side as of right now.
And even then, I try to look at their camera, and right now I don't have a visual.
Yeah.
So we may not even have a camera for Villisca. So we'll see.
Let's talk about the Shenandoah area. Little line of some hail trying to develop to your west, so you could have some dimes and some nickels trying to head into Shenandoah as of right now. Imogene, Coyne, a little bit of that around Riverton. It looks like the worst of it is east of you in Sidney just now. You got lucky there, and the hail developed just to the east. You can see some new thunderstorm warnings try to fire south of there as well. But you can see the hail core is kind of on the south edge. The wind is a little more on the north edge with this one. So you can almost use the Potawatomi and Mills County line here to kind of differentiate between the two. Potawatomi, it's mostly about wind. You go farther south and we're talking about a larger area for some hail between Silver City and Malvern. Let's flip over to the base wind. Yeah, there we go. So again, still getting that punch of wind right there, crossing Highway 59 as we wait on new scans of the radar. Again, we have that severe thunderstorm watch. Let's take a wider view here. Severe thunderstorm watch in place through 11 o'clock for our area. It's been there for a while, but now it's been extended a little farther southeast with a new watch that goes through 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Again, doesn't include a large chunk of our area, a couple of counties on the southeast side, but you can see right here, you see the flashing counties. So Atlantic through about 3 o'clock, but you'll have these storms move out much, much sooner than that. This watch will likely be allowed to expire a little earlier, given the pace at which these storms are moving through. So as you can see, that's the main focus for the storm cluster there. It's marching to the southeast. Less wind, perhaps a little bit more hail on the south edge of these. Seeing what else we have for information coming in here.
I do want to point something out real quick.
Go ahead,
I know
Bob.
this really doesn't have to do with the thunderstorms in southwest Iowa, but if you're planning on getting onto I-80, I just saw there is a pretty bad crash on I-80 going off into L Street. So I-80 westbound onto L Street, there is a pretty significant semi-crash on there. So if you're planning on going into that direction, you definitely want to give yourself some extra time to slow down. I'm trying to get a camera to show it, but right now the cameras are pointing away to it. But again, I-80 westbound near the L Street exit, there is a crash involving a semi. So there is going to be some slowdowns.
Ooh, could have a jackknife semi. You said westbound?
Yes, westbound. So going around, and down to Estra. It actually, it was a jackknife. It was, it looked like it got hit.
Okay, so that would be around this curve.
Yes, that right there. Yes, that.
So I-80 down towards L Street. Somewhere in here, we have a crash with a semi that's jackknife things, and that'll probably start to lead to some pretty significant backups.
Yes.
Likely due to the rain. Jackknife semi there. So Bo's working on getting a camera for that one just to see how this whole situation evolves.
Yeah, I definitely also do see debris in the street as well. So be on the lookout for that. I did notice some of the content within the semi spilled out onto the street. Actually, you can take this in-dock camera. Doesn't show the full accident, but you definitely can notice a little bit of a backup if we want to take that in-dock camera when you can. In the back right there, to the upper left part of your screen, you can notice a little bit of a backup. The semi is just behind that road, that's that interstate highway road.
Okay.
You can
see the southbound, coming off of 680, the slowdowns there.
Yeah, so that's where it's kind of hard to see, but that's the best shot I got. The camera that's closer to it is pointed away from it for some reason, so I don't know why. But yes, again, I-80 westbound near the L Street exit, there is a crash and it's causing some slowdowns so just be aware of that. So just wanted to point people out.
Well, go ahead and keep an eye on that, Bo.
Yes.
Maybe you can bring up some traffic maps on Max 2.
Yep.
And we can show that. Oh, I swear I just saw. Anyway, so we have these severe thunderstorm warnings on the Iowa side that are ongoing. Looks like we just added a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Shenandoah. Includes Clarinda and all of Page County, so eastern parts of Fremont over into Page County through 10:15. As these storms are moving through very, very quickly right now, so that's good news. They'll be in and out of here quickly. The problem is that we have a lot of wind to contend with these. So let's focus right here where some of the stronger wind gusts are. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds still trying to show up now east of Highway 59. West, you have some of the weaker winds now that have subsided, and the winds are really trying to race out ahead of this thing and get going to the east. So you see the arrow there. The leading edge of the rain is where that wind is, and a lot of it within there. So the north edge doesn't have a lot of intensity as far as hail goes. It's mostly about the wind. Then you travel south on this kind of jagged line of storms, and you can see northwest of Shenandoah, west of Highway 59. Those are moving to the east. Now Shenandoah and Clarinda and all of Page County included in this storm that's likely because of this little hail core that's right here. And we're getting radar indications of over 1 inch in hail. 1 inch diameter hail, I should say, which is the size of a quarter. And that's enough to do damage to crops and to your property as well. So again, Weather Service doing a great job just trimming all the watches or the warnings that we have here. This one that goes through, this one goes through 9:30 for Pottawatomie County. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and the stronger winds are now starting to race out of that one and head towards Griswold and Red Oak. So Red Oak, you're about to get in line with some of these stronger wind gusts right now. And reporting the Carson area, pea-size hail. The Carson area, short-lived though. And that would have been right here, probably more of an issue with the wind from that storm. So we take this wider view. Again, just some pretty heavy rain within the wind, which is great news. We don't need wind-driven hail. And we take the wider view here, and you see all the warnings. We'll just kind of do a rundown. Once this one's allowed to expire here at 9:30, we're going to have this one that goes through 9:45. that encompasses parts of Mills, Montgomery, and Page County. You can see it flashing there. And then this one down to the south here that goes through 1015 that encompasses the Shenandoah to Clarinda area and all the Page County in between with the large hail. It's like they're trying to find, they're moving around trying to find that crash.
Yep.
Is it under the bridge?
Yeah.
All right, can we bring up an NDOT camera right now, if we can?
It's like, oh,
that's the Iowa DOT. That's on Web 1. We need to go to the different source that has it. There
it is. No, you're good. So this is looking at I-80 near the L Street exit westbound, and the accident is just under that overpass. If the camera would move, I don't have control of this, but if the camera moved to the right just a little bit, you would be able to see the crash more. But if we want to switch it over to Max 2 real quick so I can kind of show you the slowdown and where this accident is. This is involving a semi crash over I-80 westbound. The right lane is blocked because of this accident, and so we are seeing some significant slowdowns from this. I'm also seeing on the camera before, can we switch it to Max 2?
Yeah, the other weather source there.
Yeah.
Just full screen is easy, that's all. No problem.
Okay. But yes, on the accident, there is also debris on the road from the semi. So this is causing some significant slowdowns on I-80 westbound, as well as parts of I-680. So going from I-680 onto I-80, there is also some slowdowns there as well. So if you're planning on going out in any part of this I-680 or I-80 stretch, do expect some slowdowns. Again, the right lane is blocked because of this semi crash. Trying to see if we can.
Again, yeah, so we have a view of these cameras, but the Nebraska DOT controls where they're pointed.
Yes.
Just to give you a little perspective here.
Yes.
And just to see what it's like. I think they're working in the back to get
the Max 2 to come up, and we can show you where this accident is specifically. But yeah, it is causing some significant backup. The crash happened because of the thunderstorms. I mean, the heavy rain, the low visibility, the strong winds. It comes as no surprise that Max 2 is coming up. Here we go. All right, so again, crash on I-80 westbound near the L Street exit. Semi-crash. Right lane is closed right now, and so we got a significant backup happening. You can see the red right here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you can see the stretch. You can see right there. Stretches all the way back to the I-680 and I-80 interchange right here, westbound, almost southbound pretty much. And there's also a decent backup on I-80 westbound as well. So if you're in this neighborhood or if you're planning on driving onto I-80 or I-680 interchange, do expect slowdowns westbound. So you might want to give yourself a couple of extra minutes. I saw the crash before they turned the camera, and it's going to take them a little bit of time to clear out that crash.
Okay, so
hopefully everybody's okay, but yes, do expect some slowdowns.
So semi involved with this one.
Yes.
And a lot of debris on the road. Thank you very much, Bo, for keeping an eye on that one. Let's discuss the latest that we have here now that it's 9:30, and we'll show you the latest warnings associated with this thunderstorm that now is barreling towards Red Oak. With the warning that goes through 9:45, you see right here for the next 15 minutes with this, again, we've had some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some 1-inch hail. Plus, we have this warning here through Shenandoah, College Springs, and Clarinda with some 1-inch hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this. The southern stream of this, south of Pottawatomie County, has had all the hail cores within it, where we get little hints of some 1-inch diameter hail.
Yes.
And you can see right there some 1-inch diameter hail around. You go a little farther to the north, and that's where we see less of a hail threat, but more of a wind threat with this one as it continues to march east. But now we're starting to sample a little poorer here because the radar beam, well, as it goes away, it gets a little higher and a little higher in the sky, and it samples higher up in the storm. So when that happens, you don't get a good sample of the low-level winds, so it's tough to see just how much of this is actually reaching the ground as this storm continues to evolve and work its way towards the east. So as of right now, this warning here on the Atlantic side goes through about 10 o'clock, and it too, as it picks up speed, will drop east and southeast as well. So we got about another 20-30 minutes here, I think, with this warning that's going through, provided we still get some reports and the intensity holds. So that's what we'll be watching as Bo's tracking that crash and trying to organize that. It does look like everything has quieted down significantly on the Iowa side or on the Nebraska side. So what I want to show you here really quickly, I want to take you through how the rest of the day kind of looks if you're just tuning in and wondering what it's going to be like for the rest of the day with this complex of thunderstorms. So I'll move this along here and let me show you. This is about 9 o'clock. Where we sit right now is about 9:30. So doing a decent job of showing where those thunderstorm clusters are. A little overdone here, a little underdone here, but it's got the placement pretty well. And then we'll just keep marching this along here, and we'll get a little bit of a break as we head towards the middle of the day. There's lunchtime, and then into the afternoon, perhaps a little bit of new development. We'll have to watch for a little intensity from those as the atmosphere recharges a little bit, and temperatures are in the 70s. So there's 5 o'clock. We'll just have to watch for an isolated storm or two for the CWS game this afternoon. I think we have issues there. But from 5 to 6 o'clock onward, it likely starts to all drop southeast of the metro and southeast of Lincoln for the Savannah Bananas game that a lot of people could have 85,000 people down there for that one. Omaha metro area could have a couple of thunderstorms by 6, and the severe threat starts to drop farther southeast as we go deeper and deeper in the evening, and the cooler wind rushes in from the north as well and quiets things down a fair amount. So again, that's kind of how the rest of the day is going to go with these thunderstorms. So this early morning round could be the most organized, most intense storm that we have, but we'll watch down here again for new development to see if we can get any more development in the area with that, with the leftover energy as this one keeps on going. So again, another check here. It's crossing Highway 59, heading towards Red Oak at the moment. But again, we're getting into areas where some of the reports get a little bit more sparse. The camera network isn't as great. And you can see here that this line of thunderstorms even has a little bit less hail in it as of right now, with the wind maybe getting a little higher up in the thunderstorm and not quite reaching the ground. Do we have any updates on the power outages in Omaha, by the way? 3,400? Okay. We're sitting at about 3,400 with the power outages. So the most of these are in Douglas County as they're working through. So we got a little bit of cleanup on this one, trying to get everybody back on the power grid. So the power outage has still gone up just a little bit, but it could be as they're working on things, they got to take a little bit offline to put new things back, to put things back online as we march through well, the next several hours, getting all of this activity and this early morning round of thunderstorms back in line here. So let's go back to the maps. Take you up here. I want to forget our friends from Oakland to Atlantic. We're still dealing with a decent amount of wind heading towards the Atlantic area, but some of the sampling on the radar has dropped below severe limits, so that's good news there. The strongest winds are down here near Elliott and then farther to the west, and they'll keep on marching that way. Highway 59 and east is where the worst of the wind is now, as some of these warnings are still in place. Again, this warning here through Red Oak goes through about the next 15 minutes, and then the one down here in Shenandoah with the strongest winds. Again, if you're in the Shenandoah area, we'd love to hear from you. It goes through 10:15, extends all the way to Clarinda. Meaning a lot of these have weakened a considerable amount.
I am
Go ahead.
Looking at any potential damage reports. I'm getting reports of trees down blocking roads in northern Bellevue. So I do have a report. It's on Terry Drive. It's in North Bellevue. There are trees down blocking the road. I also heard there is wires down on Gregg Road in Sarpy County as well. Gregg Road and Kayleen Drive. There's wires down in Sarpy County. So if you know that road or you know somebody in that neighborhood, yeah, tell them to be extremely careful with those wires down.
Yeah, do not approach those. Treat those as live wires, and let the professionals handle those and get those taken care of. So it looks like we might have had, we got a flooding report. The southeastern part of the city, we've had some tree damage around the Bellevue area, some wires down in Sarpy County. Might have got the brunt of it right there in the Sarpy County area. as of right now. So again, no severe threat in the metro, and we're getting some of the stronger storms diving to the southeast and might even be weakening a little bit because we've had the hail cores in these really kind of pulse and back off a little bit, some weaker hail, and it was mostly a wind threat when it got down here, and even some of those winds are sampling a little higher up, and it doesn't appear that there's all that much happening up in these with the wind anymore. At least the radar beam might be overshooting some of these as of early this morning. So we got some quarter-size hail that was reported in the hillside area near Malvern, 4 miles east of Malvern here. Let me show you where that would be. And that would probably be from that storm earlier on. So yeah, back here, that little cell would have passed through. So again, that's behind the storm. Some of these reports starting to come in just a little bit. Trickle in here on the back edge of this one. Radar. As we watch this continue to march to the southeast. Yep. So again, could still be a decent pocket of some wind right up in here. As of right now, Red Oak, Iowa, and farther east. Montgomery County, right in the middle of this one with the stronger winds. So some stronger wind gusts within that as it's moving east through the Red Oak area. Again, Shenandoah down into parts of Page County now with some of the stronger winds as well. Slow down. Let's see here. We're seeing how this marches. Again, there's probably going to be some tweaks to these warnings here as we see this moving on through. Still got that crash on I-80 westbound.
Yeah, I'm trying to get, I do have a picture, and I'm trying to get into the system right now so people can see it.
Okay, gotcha.
Just give me one
No
moment.
problem. Just trying to see what other updates we have coming. So we have, again, these two severe thunderstorm warnings, the crash on I-80 near L Street. But you can see through 9:45 here, we have 60-mile-per-hour winds rolling into the Red Oak area, and now Shenandoah to Clarinda here through 10:15, where this storm, again, the overall rate of movement on this is slowed just a little bit, but now it's starting to get into the Cass County side of things where some of the stronger winds have reached, and then it'll be pressing farther southeast into the Red Oak area and southeast of Red Oak. So these stronger winds up in here, these lighter colors, that's where we're getting some of those 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. But on the north edge of this, you're not seeing nearly as much hail, which is great news. And these drop a little farther south, and even some of these hail cores starting to lessen just a little bit south of Red Oak. So that's great news for within this Page County storm as of right now. We'll see an estimated hail size. Again, no rotation within these, which is great news. But they continue to slide to the east. We kind of do a reset here. Not much behind it. Very, very weak showers and some thunderstorms. We have this severe thunderstorm watch over our area will be allowed to expire as all the activities out ahead of it. But the new one they've issued downstream here, that goes through 3 o'clock as that storm system could continue to pick up steam and move southeast in that direction with some hail and some strong wind heading into southern Iowa with that little cluster of storms. And hopefully this kind of takes a decent amount of energy out of the atmosphere, and we won't reset it and do this again a little later on in the evening hours. But if it happens, it's probably going to be in some of these same areas yet again later on tonight after this 4 to 5 o'clock window when some of the storms can strengthen and we build in a little bit more energy from the south. So hail, again, that part of the storm weakening just a little bit. Let's take you in through Red Oak. Still sampling some pretty good winds here by Elliott. And then near Red Oak, some 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds showing up as well. And again, the camera network's not great down there. Okay. So we don't have a lot of visuals at that point. We'll see what happens with these new updates to warnings here in about the next 4 minutes or so and kind of run you through that and kind of assess where we're at the moment here. So Shenandoah down to Clarinda with that warning. The strongest of the winds now. East, everything, the worst of it is probably east of Shenandoah, right over Red Oak, and then keeps heading southeast towards the Clarinda area with these warnings that are moving through. So we march through backside of this system. It's so this is the cooler air that's funneled in. So 70s out ahead of it. We got 60s behind this. Bo is working on getting a picture of the crash up that's blocking a good chunk of I-80 right now on L Street.
Nope. Hold on.
Nope.
Hold on. Just the banner just didn't say the correct wording. It said hail. It was okay. There you go.
All right. Let's bring
now
that
you
up
can
here.
go ahead and take it. There you go. That's what I saw. This is not live. This is just a screenshot of it. So this is, again, on I-80 westbound near the L Street exit, or 275. There is a semi blocking the right lane. Actually, if you want to take the NDOT camera now, they actually just turned the camera back towards that accident. If we want, there you go. So this is live now. Did all that work and now they turn it back. This is the NDOT camera live now showing that accident. You can see that the right lane is blocked, causing slower traffic, and there is some debris on the road. So again, this is westbound on I-80 near L Street. There's backup not only on I-80 westbound, but there's backup on I-680 interchange getting onto I-80. So you definitely, if you're going to be driving through this area, give yourself extra time. I'm sure this is going to take some time to clear out, and so just want to give you up. And this accident happened because of those strong thunderstorms that came through earlier. So hopefully everybody's okay. But yeah, you definitely want to give yourself some time on I-80.
Yeah, 2 lanes open through there and being funneled down very, very slowly as of right now. So that was with the heavy rain, the wind that moved through. Definitely could have caused some visibility issues. And again, latest look at the warnings here. You can see the time, 9:43. We do have a couple of warnings. This one is set to expire here in about a minute. And then we'll see what's issued downstream from this with Atlantic in Cass County through 10 o'clock, and the one down here in Shenandoah through Page County goes through 10:15 as the line is slowed just a little bit. So there's likely to be some amendments here very, very shortly to see what we have happening with these warnings. But again, the reports have kind of dried up a little bit on the leading edge of this. The wind has dried up a little bit, or the wind reports have dried up a little bit. There's still plenty of rain within this, but you can see here some pockets where we have still some pretty intense wind, 50 to 60 miles per hour. But again, we could be sampling up over some of the higher wind gusts that are now racing east and set to move into the Atlantic, if not already, then down towards the Clarinda area as we see this move in a southeasterly direction. So the worst of the storm may even be a little bit past Red Oak as of right now.
Looks like they did trim down that severe thunderstorm watch just a little bit. I mean, the metro's still under it, but it looks like they're starting the process of trimming down that severe thunderstorm watch. So like York in that area,
that makes sense.
Yeah, are no longer under it. So probably pretty soon we'll start seeing more and more counties out of that watch.
So as of right now, we have this new severe thunderstorm warning for the Red Oak area that goes through 10:15. They extended that one another half hour. Down here through Shenandoah towards Clarinda with this line moving through. Still talking 1-inch diameter hail and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Let's see.
Moving east at about 40 miles per hour now.
Slowed just a little bit. So let's draw here. We'll go leading edge of this right into... It's about 40 miles per hour. You can see Clarinda here at about 9:52, Villisca at about 9:57, through about 10 o'clock in Hollyville, and towards Corning and outside of our viewing area here in the meantime. So we're approaching 10 o'clock here. What I'm going to do here, our executive producer Nick has been on streaming live with some of these storms earlier. I think this is probably a good point. If you want to catch a little bit more activity with this, head on over to First Alert 6 on our Facebook page on YouTube. We'll continue to stream a little bit more there. In the meantime, we're going to keep an eye on this crash here on I-80, kind of reassess post some stuff on our website and go through this morning. But if you want to catch continuing live coverage as these storms move to the southeast, we'll send it over to our live stream right now and go back to regularly scheduled programming right here.
Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
Okay, Rusty, thank you. Nick Weig here with you as we continue our extended coverage of this severe weather event. We still have, excuse me, a couple of counties under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the severe weather does appear to be over for the Omaha metro area. The threat now has shifted to the east now. Just dealing with some winds behind the storm and some showers and some weaker thunderstorms that may roll through the area still through the morning hours. But right now, let's go through those severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect. We'll go ahead and start with work our way from the top down here. So we'll switch back to the Omaha radar here for just a second. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Adams and Cass County until 10 o'clock this morning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Montgomery County until 10:15 this morning. Same 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. And same time, same threat for a severe thunderstorm warning for Page County, again in effect until 10:15. Now, these storms did produce copious amounts of wind and hail as they passed through the metro area, but right now really transitioning over to primarily a wind threat as these storms have been racing to the east at about anywhere from 45 to 60 miles per hour and quickly moving out of the area, fortunately, and have not received a whole lot more or a whole lot of additional severe reports after passing through the metro area. We did get some reports of some trees down in the Bellevue area, some wires down in Sarpy County, and then also, as we've been showing you all morning, the crash on I-80 involving at least one semi. We'll go ahead and take you to that live right now. There is the crash scene, crews working to clean things up. This is not 204th and Dodge Street. I'll take that out. This is Interstate 80 near L Street. So a major intersection there between 80 and 680, really impacted by this crash right now, and just really going to be slow going for a while as crews are working to try and clear away that scene. All right, I just hit the wrong button, so we're going to go back to our live First Alert radar as we continue to track this severe thunderstorm that is moving through southwest Iowa now after passing through the metro area. There are the warnings on your screen. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if we may have a developing hail core on the southern end of this. This is the area of the storm where they're still concerned about some hail developing because this is a new development that is generally where we're seeing the hail now. And there's still a hail core detecting about 1.5 inch in diameter hail up in the clouds. This is just south of Highway 2 between Norwich and Yorktown, just north of the Coyne area. Again, this is far southwest Iowa. So that is the one hail core of concern. Now, further to the north, it's not so much hail that we're worried about. It's the winds, and we're still seeing some gusty winds, especially along Highway 120 approaching the 71 intersection. I'm going to just take a quick look at the Iowa Department of Transportation and see if we've got a camera in that area. We did see some rather large hail when these storms first developed between 2:30 and 3:30 this morning. And then the hail really weakened off for quite a while before finally redeveloping a bit just as it was approaching the metro area. It was also accelerating at that time, and that is likely what led to the increase in winds. And in Fremont, there was a report to the National Weather Service this morning of wind-driven severe hail, and that's not a good thing to have. And so that is what triggered the warning earlier this morning for the metro area. But again, that warning is now over. The severe thunderstorm warnings are now well into southwest Iowa. And we're going to see if we can't find a camera near the location of this storm. I don't believe there is one. There's only a still image camera at this intersection. and it is offline. Not terribly surprising considering the conditions there right now, but that camera we were hoping to see in southwest Iowa is offline right now. Checking a couple of others in the area, not seeing much. Doesn't look like they are online either. So we'll go ahead and stick with the radar here. Right now, between Villisca and Griswold is where the primary concern is for these stronger and gustier winds. We're going to have to watch this now, as there's... if we switch over to the Des Moines radar, we're getting a sign of what could be a brief spin-up in the Villisca area, right along Highway 34. Now, this is a pretty well-traveled road, so hopefully we'll find out what's going on here. But this is very far away from the radar, so we'll see what the National Weather Service does with this, because that is... if that is rotation, that would be well above the surface, thousands of feet above the surface. So that it's not uncommon to see rotation on the leading edge of wind-producing storms, but very brief and weak spin-ups usually occur with those. So with the warning already in effect for strong winds, the Weather Service, unless they hear of a funnel or a tornado, may opt to just ignore that unless they get some indicator that there is in fact a tornado on the ground. And at least as far as radar is concerned, no indication right now that a radar is on the ground, but there is indications of some rotation there embedded in that storm on the leading edge. But anyone in this area obviously should be seeking shelter anyways, because the primary concern right now in this area is those strong damaging winds. If you're still watching us in the metro area, obviously those gusty winds are sticking around for a little while and shouldn't cause any additional damage, but just something to keep an eye out for if you are making your way out this morning. It is going to be wet. Let's go ahead and zoom out here and switch to live first alert radar and give you a bigger picture as to what's going on. We're still going to be looking at some light showers in the metro area for a little while this morning, so that may hinder some outdoor plans for the morning, but hopefully as we drag into the afternoon hours, we're going to see that sporadic rain come to an end here in the metro. We do still have the potential of additional severe weather this afternoon. We're hoping at this point that is going to stay south of our area, but if that does happen, that could be sometime after 4 o'clock this afternoon. Obviously haven't had a good chance to look at the latest model runs coming in. We'll try and take a look at those before we wrap up our coverage this morning to get a better look at what we can expect for later tonight. Again, I want to thank everyone for joining us this morning, and apologies if you got woken up by these storms. Just checking some of our comments here. One of our viewers on YouTube says that they're between Shenandoah and Clarinda, and they're getting hailed. Well, it's unfortunate. I hope it's not too big of hail, and we don't want to see any damage, obviously, from that. So we're going to have to hope for the best here, but fortunately no widespread damage reports this morning. We do have reports of about, let me check the latest numbers. I believe we were around 3,500 without power in the Omaha metro area. Yeah, still holding at 3,500 without power in the metro area. So crews are out working to get everybody's power restored after that severe thunderstorm producing a lot of lightning, as well as some wind-blown hail in the metro area, has impacted some power in the area. But again, the severe weather has passed for the morning here in Omaha, and right now we're hoping that we will not see a second round tonight. There is still the potential of that, but taking a look at some of the newer model runs, we're hoping that will stay south and east of the metro. We could still see some scattered showers and thunderstorms, especially around 6 or 7 o'clock in the metro area. But right now, the severe risk likely, we certainly hope, will remain to our south. But there could be some showers and thunderstorms in the area, and we'll have to keep a close watch on that for any potential of additional severe weather as we move around move towards the dinner hour later this afternoon, and that, of course, will have an impact potentially on the College World Series. Ideally, it would happen in between the games. We have a game at 2 o'clock and a game at 7 o'clock. So, obviously, if you're heading out to the festivities at the College World Series, make sure you have a place to go to seek shelter. Make sure you have everything you need in case you need to get out of the rain. But just something to keep an eye out for as we move into the evening hours tonight. Just taking a look at some of the new model runs coming in. It does look like the threat for severe weather does exist for extreme southeast Nebraska, extreme southwest Iowa. The main threat for severe weather appears to be in Kansas and Missouri this afternoon and this evening. But again, we could still see some scattered showers and thunderstorms in the metro area late this afternoon and into the evening hours. Some of the other model runs do bring thunderstorms into the metro area. If the bottom line is, if we do get another round of thunderstorms, severe or not this afternoon, it's likely going to happen around mid-afternoon in the metro area. The later we get into the afternoon, the quicker that severe threat begins to subside, and obviously we would like to see that trend continue. Getting back to our warnings that remain in effect right now, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 10:30 now for Adams and Taylor County for 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The same threats for that's the same severe thunderstorm warning. They believe they may have replaced these severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me double check here with the Weather Service. Strong wind signature traveling east of Stanton with lower hail chances. Page County portion of the storm looks best for hail right now, heading towards Shambaugh. So I believe in terms of the hail threat, this is what the Weather Service is talking about. Southwest of Clarinda. Heading right for Shambaugh. So this is the area that they remain concerned for the potential of large hail. Let's go ahead and switch over to the hail detector right now, and you can easily see why, as the radar is still detecting 1.5-inch diameter hail, possibly aloft in these clouds, but no word on if any of that is reaching the ground at this time. As we move up to the north, you can see very weak hail cores up in this area right now, and if we switch down to velocity scans, that is where the concern exists right now for the stronger winds, and still getting some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust reports, but so far not a lot of indication that a lot of that is reaching the surface, but still the potential for some gusty winds remains there, and the further to the south is where the hail threat exists right now along this complex of showers and thunderstorms. All right, let's switch back to live first alert radar here, and there you can see kind of the complex and then the cells. So you have one primary threat for wind in this area right here, and then this is the area at the greatest risk for a hail threat, as the southern portion of the storm, which is the most recently developed, is the hail producer right now. Or so we suspect based on what we're seeing on radar. We continue to see these storms pop up and go severe and then weaken, and then new cells developing on the southern edge of it. So if that trend continues, hopefully these will continue to weaken, as we're seeing a little bit of additional severe thunderstorm development off to the south and east right now, and hopefully that will begin to choke off the energy that's feeding some of these storms in southwest Iowa this morning. I know some of you are asking about this afternoon. There does remain the potential for strong to severe thunderstorms this afternoon. That threat is extremely low for the Omaha metro area. However, we could still see some showers and thunderstorms late this afternoon into the early evening hours. The greatest potential for severe weather in our area is far southeast Nebraska. We're talking the Falls City, Auburn area, as well as Rockport, Maryville, and Mound City over in Missouri, in Shenandoah and southwest Iowa. There's there is still a chance we could see some severe weather here in the Omaha metro area. It's a low chance, and if it were to happen, I would suspect it would be closer to the 3 o'clock hour earlier in the afternoon, because storms developed a little earlier than some of the models are suggesting right now. So we cannot rule out a severe thunderstorm later today for the metro area, but the threat is extremely low. Just something we'll have to keep an eye out for, and we could still see just some general showers and thunderstorms later this afternoon and this evening. And of course, all eyes are going to be on Charles Schwab Field, as that could impact the arguably the most interest, or the most intriguing, the most talked about matchup in the first round of the College World Series between Texas and Oklahoma, or Texas and Alabama, excuse me. So we continue to have these severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect until 10:30, or actually I believe it's now just one severe thunderstorm warning that replaced the previous ones. The Weather Service deciding to extend these out as the storms have begun to slow down a bit and are not moving as quickly to the east. That may also explain why we're seeing the continued hail threat on the south side, and the wind threat, albeit still there, has eased off slightly. We would like to see that trend continue. Also keeping an eye on that hail core, still holding at about 1.3 inches in diameter, being detected aloft. No word yet on if any of that is reaching the ground. We don't have a lot of cameras in this area, so we're kind of beholden to spotter reports and storm chaser reports, and so far we have not received any from this area, but nevertheless, this severe thunderstorm warning will continue until 10:30. We're also dealing on the north side of this with that ongoing wind threat, and it has weakened up somewhat, but still the potential for some strong damaging wind gusts on the leading edge of the storm. This is where, if you're in this area, you may see sort of a shelf cloud formation as it approaches your area. But at this hour, we have not received any new reports of severe weather in association with this line now moving through southwest Iowa. We did receive a number of hail reports as well as wind reports as the storms moved through the metro area. I believe we had a 58 mile per hour report from Epley Airfield, and several reports of up to 1 inch diameter hail, and to make it even worse, that hail was being driven by the wind, as we did see some strong wind gusts approaching 60 miles per hour here in the metro. Fortunately, no reports of any widespread damage. We do have reports of trees down in Bellevue, power lines down, or at least some form of lines, transmission lines down in Sarpy County, and then power outages, just checking with OPPD right now, power outages continue to hold right around 3,500, so hopefully that number will not grow much more at this point as they bring more people back online with that. So again, severe thunderstorm warning continues for Adams and Taylor County, as well as Montgomery County. Montgomery County warning remains in effect until 10:15, so that's set to expire here in about 10 minutes. And then we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Page County until 10:15. That storm system moving to the east at 45 miles per hour, and then our newest warning for Adams and Taylor County until 10:30. With storm moving just at 35 miles per hour. So that slowdown continues, and that could impact the threat for strong damaging winds, which would be good news. But we are still seeing at least the potential of a hail core right along Highway 71 along the Iowa-Missouri border. And so that's what's prompted this severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Still some rather strong wind gusts on the northeastern side of this cell, and so that is why the warning stretches up a county. And as the storm continues to progress its way to the east at between 35 and 45 miles per hour. There you see Red Oak, your severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled about 9 minutes early. So that severe thunderstorm warning has expired. And we just have the 3 counties now. Well, I guess there's still part of the county there is impacted by this warning as it's exiting the area. But the threat has subsided there quite considerably. Kayla over on Facebook asking about tornado watches or warnings today. I can't predict watches and warnings that far in advance. I sure wish we could. But right now, not really seeing a lot of threat if you're referring to the Omaha metro area. The primary threat today is going to be well to our south and east, but there does remain a potential. I would say if you're in the metro area, I would say it's safe to bet we're not expecting any tornadoes in the metro area. I think if we do see severe weather in the metro area, the primary threat would be large hail. And again, that would have to happen around 3 o'clock. We'd have to have some pretty early development of thunderstorms to see them in the metro area. I think the bulk of the severe weather is going to stay to our south and east, but it could still impact far southwest Iowa, far southeast Nebraska later this afternoon and into the evening hours. But the big question is going to be, how will the storms now impact the development of thunderstorms later? And that is something we'll be working to figure out. But for right now, we're going to continue to monitor these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to go ahead and leave the radar up with all the information scrolling on your screen. And when we come back, we'll have an update on the situation now. You're watching extended weather coverage from First Alert 6 in Omaha.